Yuba-Sutter.live's local government live streams are presented by Plumas Lake Self-Storage in Plumas Lake, where lifelong local residents are helping other residents keep things safe, providing indoor storage units, outdoor RV and vehicle parking, moving supplies, and Penske truck rentals. Details at plumaslakeselfstorage.com.
The students from all our school sites who are elected ASB members met together. They heard 6 candidates and selected Nolia Insignime. I'm definitely screwed it up. Did I pronounce a little bit? Please take your seat. You want to introduce yourself to us and tell us where you attend? What do you want me to say about you? You want me to talk about you? Introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Norleia Insisame. I go to Lyndhurst High School. I am quite honored to be given this opportunity as a representative for the students of my district. And though I haven't had the chance to speak with any students quite yet, I plan to start that as soon as possible. I can't wait to understand and truly connect with other students and discover the different points of view they have. So hopefully by the next time we meet, I will have all the concerns of the students that we could discuss.
Thank you. Now we will continue. We had a couple of student discipline decisions to make in the closed session. Reinstatements, EH-23-24-2 and EH-23-24-3. By unanimous vote, the board approved or accepted staff recommendations. Now we have comments from the board. Mr. Steeman.
I haven't seen this place this full in a long time. There's someone in particular I want to thank, in addition to everybody that's here tonight. We have Sharon here tonight, and Sharon lost her father today, and she decided to still be with us. So I would like everybody to remember her in your prayers. Sharon, I think you'll find a lot of people here who will support you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, so I'm not done. Sorry.
Thank you. Oh, you have more. Okay.
Let me start with how absolutely blown away I am for the incredible amount of support I have received and am continuing to receive from members of this community. From parents, from teachers and professors, to local and state leaders and officials, I can't express in words how thankful I am for how quickly and fervently so many of you ran to encourage me and stand with me. It really has meant a great deal. Our local publication has ran a couple of slander pieces against me and have asked for my resignation. They have taken the liberty to interpret the context of my words as they see fit to create a narrative that wasn't there. They have labeled me as having phobias of certain classes of people. I fear only God. I am called to love all people, just as I am called to stand for truth. I have a heart for our youth and families, which is why I'm speaking out. Thankfully, it seems that many of the readers of those articles have been able to see through the false narratives and have rallied to my defense. So again, I thank you all. No resignation will come from me. 2 years ago, through a lot of prayer and reflection, I decided to run for this seat. I don't come from a background of academics like the majority of this board. I'm simply a husband and a father who will give anything to make sure my family and the kids and families in this community are safe and whole. I ran my campaign on very specific things and with choice words. My intent and my faith was known from the beginning. It was in my campaign video, and it was included on the very signs I put up in my area, protecting their innocence. Our children are called dependents because they depend on adults to protect them and guide them. They are not yet equipped to make very adult, life-altering decisions. This is a simple and age-old concept. I made it known that I disagreed with California's direction and the overreach we saw in the past. That's it. I felt that was needed today, and I wasn't the only one. We had an election, I didn't run unopposed, and here I sit. The community I represent agreed with what I had to say, and the community duly elected me because of what I stood for. Last month, I stood on my convictions. I always will, because I owe it to the families of the community I represent and those that share those convictions. Some may hate me, and some will defame me. That's okay. I'm not here to simply please everyone or passively do what is recommended because it's easier, safer, or politically correct. Anyone can sit up here and do that. And forget the politics. I have no political aspirations. I didn't even have school board aspirations until I saw a need. Some even took offense that I have the gall to bring up my faith in a public setting. There is some misplaced belief that because I may mention my faith in Jesus Christ, that it is somehow seeping into the classrooms and indoctrinating unbelievers. That simply isn't true. I'm not evangelizing the classrooms. If anyone wants to talk to me and find out more about my faith, they are more than welcome to contact me directly. But I will say that the good Lord has saw fit to bless me with a strong will, a sharp tongue, and a mind that continually asks why. And as long as we have this thing in our country called the First Amendment, even as it may be hanging by a thread, I'll stand on it. A couple of weeks ago, I had a good talk with Angela from Utah. I respect where she's coming from, and I'm thankful for that talk. I let her know my fight is not with her, it's not with Utah, and it's not with the teachers that disagree with me. My fight isn't even solely with 1955. It's when 1955 works in conjunction with other recently passed laws that it has the potential to literally rip families apart. My fight is against the growing mental health crisis among our youth and how negative emotions have been placated instead of met with reason, logic, and boundaries. We're witnessing the effects of this in our classrooms and campuses with discipline and academic performance. The whole family needs support when dealing with struggles such as these. Keeping secrets from parents should never be the answer. Let's let kids just be kids and give them the chance to grow and mature with our guidance and support, and with the support of their parents, and save the adult decisions for when they are equipped and capable of making them. Again, I'll reiterate, my fight is not with anyone in this room, but California has made a royal mess of our schools, and I don't care which side of the room you sit on, if it's that side, or this side, or which tabloid you write for. I will not be pacified from calling it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. Allison Hasty.
Hi, and welcome, and I agree with Seth. This is a really full room tonight, and thank you guys for your time in coming out and being a part of this. I was asked to provide some additional clarification from the last board meeting regarding AB 1955. Governor Newsom signed into law AB 1955, which prohibits public schools from requiring their employees to disclose information about a student's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression to another person, including a family member, without the pupil's consent. The rule is the latest escalation in the state's push to substitute itself for parents. This past September 23, Federal court in California found preliminarily that a policy preventing gender identity disclosure to parents violated both the parents' rights to raise their children and the teachers' rights to share truthful information with parents. One would hope that more educators will use their First Amendment rights to let parents know when there's an issue. So as mandated reporters, both teachers and administrators, and even board members, now have their hands tied by the state. As a current administrator, I build strong, trusting, viable relationships with all my parents and students through consistent communication. This relationship builds the parent-student school partnership with trust, direction, and information to make better decisions for all. In the end, there is hope that this law will not stand. Parents have a fundamental right to raise their children, and the state cannot withhold critical information from their absent clear evidence that the information will place the child in imminent danger of abuse. Parents have the right under federal law, which is FERPA, to access their children's educational records. And this law not only attempts to hide information from parents, but encourages school personnel to lie. So much for building credibility with parents, teachers, and community stakeholders. I stand up for parental rights and advocate for the local control. I will also share with you tonight that I'm also a parent of an LGBTQ student. With this in mind, I cannot support AB 1955 as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Criddle.
Thank you all for coming. One of the problems that I find about being last in public comments is that everybody says what I pretty much was going to say. So I'm not going to take up any more of your time. You are a brave man, sir. Thank you for your service. I'm finding more and more as I get to know you, we have a lot in common. We ran for the same reasons. I'm also a dad. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm actually the last one, but welcome everyone. The rules of the road here are that we treat everybody with respect. So when we have presenters at the podium, we do not want them to be heckled. We want to respect the input, the information, their perspectives, because we're here to learn from each other, to hear each other. And so just understand that we do have a time frame, we do have business we have to get through. And the public comments are at the end of the meeting. And what we're asking is that when you're called, you have 3 minutes. And once your 3 minutes are up, the microphone will be turned off. And we're asking that you leave the podium. If you do not leave the podium, then I will adjourn the meeting. So that's how we're going to work tonight. So thank you. We have recognitions.
Lori Guy, Director of Data and Student Improvement on behalf of Educational Services. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. And Educational Services and the MJSD Board would like to recognize our ELOP, our Expanded Learning Opportunity staff, who work tirelessly throughout the entire year, including summer, to ensure that all of our students have a successful school experience. For those of you who have started school before and ended, imagine doing that multiple times within a school year. That's what this team does all year long, over and over at multiple school sites at the same time. They have no downtime and they're hiring all year long. Our ACES and ELOP staff guarantee that students are served in the mornings before and after school until 6 p.m. in K-8. They also organize several 9-hour-a-day intersessions and summer programs. These sessions provide support for students in our community with opportunities to develop academic, social, emotional, and physical needs and interests through hands-on engaging learning experience. This last year, through some one-time funding, the team also organized intersessions and summer programs for high school credit recovery, a program that has made a tremendous impact for our high school students. We can't be more proud of the fine work this team has undertaken. Thank you. And at this time, we'd like to recognize London Duenas, Coordinator for Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. Pete Pantoja, who is our previous ACES and Expanded Learning Opportunities Program Coordinator, currently Assistant Principal at McKinney. Chris Klinkenberg could not be here with us, Rocio Rodriguez, and Angelica Mora. And Angelica is the secretary for before and after school programs. And Tori Taylor, who also was not able to be here with us tonight. Thank you, and congratulations to an outstanding team.
Now we're going to have comments from school site representatives. Marysville High School. Please state your name.
My name is Lisette Raya. Okay. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Lisette Raya. I am the ASB president at Marysville High School for the 2024 to 2025 school year. This school year has gotten off to a great start. The environment at school feels more positive, and I can tell there has been quite a bit of improvement. We kick off the school year with Senior Sunrise, and it went amazing. We had upwards of 120 seniors go, and they all enjoyed it. At school, kids seem to be more engaged with activities that we do, such as tug of war during our first rally. We had a lot of positive feedback that led us to opening up to more rally games. We had a lot of good influence to the student body to show our school spirit by wearing black and orange every Friday. I am pleased to say that the school spirit has increased this school year, and I look forward to making a positive impact in our school culture this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Lyndhurst High. Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Lucia Hernandez, and I'm the ASB president for Lyndhurst High School. Today, I just wanted to share some news, past and upcoming. We had our ribbon cutting / first home game last Friday, August 30th. We were overjoyed with the amount of support and alumni that came out in our community as well. We did take the win over Oroville, 36-6. We have our next football game September 20th, where we'll be honoring Coach Bunn in an all blue out. We'd love for you guys to come. Our homecoming theme is going to be the week of 9:30 through 10:04, with our dance theme being Tangled. Our first club rush will be September 25th in the Quad, and also the Lyndhurst FFA chapter is having their first lunchtime activity this week about the opportunities in FFA. The officers have also attended the Chapter Officer Leadership Conference at Shady Creek Outdoor School. Next week, the FFA State President is coming to our school for a visit with our chapter. She will be presenting workshops to our FFA members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. MCAA. Please state your name.
My name is Sahaj Gurwal, and I am the ASB president at MCAA. First of all, I'd just like to say good evening, esteemed board members and members of the audience. At MCAA, it was before school started, we had a very successful new student orientation that was led by our link crew. So it was completely student-led and organized, where we were able to break apart into different groups, with each group being led by one link crew leader. So the kids were able to get to know one person at the school very personally, and they have been working with that person as well throughout the school year, just so that we can make sure that they're very comfortable at the school environment and they're aware of all the services that we offer. Additionally, the first few days of school have also been going incredibly well, with school spirit incredibly high, and participation in activities has been amazing. Back to school night took place on the 29th, and we enjoyed meeting new and returning parents. We held our first ever rally in the history of MCAA on August 30th at 9th block, and it went incredibly well. We heard lots of positive feedback, and the students really enjoyed it, so we're glad we were able to bring that tradition to our school. There's also going to be smaller class rallies coming up in the next few weeks. So if we're having our first 7th, 8th rally this Friday, which we have tons of fun games and activities planned, just so we can bring up school spirit and participation. Currently, we also had a back to school dance that was on August 30th, ran from 7 to 10 at MCAA, and we had over 40% of the school's population purchase tickets before the actual event, and even more purchase at the door. So we had over 50% of the school's population there, which went incredibly well. And there was also a Spirit Week with participation and spirit incredibly high. We have our new Instagram coordinator who has been making sure that everyone who is dressed up gets recognized, which has really made people want to dress up more because they want to be recognized for dressing up, which has been really fun. Currently, we're also in the middle of planning a variety of rallies and future events and competitions. So we're gonna have a few locker decorating competitions, and we're hoping to bring class competitions to our school. So each class has their own color and flag, and they're gonna be participating in like decorating their section of the quad with chalk or decorating their advisor's door, and they get to hang their quad up or hang their flag up in the quad to show that they won, which has been really fun for class meetings because it's getting everyone interested and motivated to coming to them, which is a very big improvement compared to the past previous years. We are also planning a positivity week, a locker decorating competition, and a mural competition. So there will be a chalk mural within the quad of MCAA. And I'd like to thank you all for your time and hope you have a great rest of your day.
North and South Lyndhurst High School. Please state your name.
My name is Caitlin Milligan, and I am ASB president for North South Lyndhurst High School. Abraham Lincoln students who have been coming to campus for in-person learning and enrichment. In addition, their full-time counselor is meeting with every student in the 11th and 12th grades for academic planning. ABL's first ever garden is up and running with the help of Say Love, community volunteers, and junior high teacher Miss King. Now moving on with recap of first quarter for the North and South campus. This school year has been packed with activities for both our seniors, juniors, and their families. We had senior orientation, senior sunrise, and a new upcoming event, Back to School Night. Our Back to School Night will allow families to come on campus, meet our teachers, and see the learning that is taking place with our classrooms. A special opportunity that we have been invited to participate in was the student board elections. My classmate Francisco Verona, Jace Minor, and Jose Saavedra. We're able to represent our schools and vote in this year's student elections. They were both grateful for the opportunity and look forward to more involvement this year. Our students will also have the opportunity to attend an educational field trip to Yuba College, yearly college day on September 19th. We have more academic opportunities amongst both campuses. There is now an early childhood cohort as well as a criminal justice course available on the South Campus. These classes allow our students to learn and be prepared for careers in these fields. Also, for the first time ever, North has an in-person PE class that takes place right outside of our campus every day during first period. Lastly, a gracious donation of $10,000 was made to our school from the Moskowitz Family Foundation and will be student-centered. Thank you for this opportunity and your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have opportunity for employee organizations to address the board. Muta?
Good evening, Mr. Davis. Angela Stiegel, President for the Marysville Unified Teachers Association. First off, to start off on a rather light note, I thought about going home and changing my shirt after school so that I would have my red shirt on to match all of my teachers that are here. And then I thought, you know what, if I leave this shirt on, it will be proof positive that I own something more than the red Muta shirt. So for those of you that have not checked out a calendar lately, hopefully this will serve as just kind of a quick little reminder to you what tomorrow is. As far as comments go this evening, boy, there's a lot, because there is a lot going on around here. One thing that I will start off with, though, deals with the SPED transfer for the Mod Severe program that the district decided, for some unbeknownst reason, that we needed to take over. And we needed to make sure that in the process of taking it over, that at least at Marysville High School anyway, we completely destroyed the program that existed. In the process, we are managing to violate, I don't know how many pieces and parts of my contract language. In the process, we have students who are not getting the services that they were promised. And I will definitely tell you that the teachers and the parents who stood right in this very room and sat upstairs in a meeting after they were promised meetings and questioned this, everything they were promised, not a bit of it has come to fruition. Everything that the teachers union stood here and sat upstairs and sat with people in this district office and said was going to be a problem, every bit of it has been a problem and then some. And I will remind the board, just like I reminded you a year ago, because here's my packet from a year ago, in which I stood up here and I reminded the board that you never even voted through an approval to take over the program. I was informed later on that, well, you guys didn't have to. Well, apparently you don't have to when you allow somebody else to be your employer instead of your employee. But I have all the notes. First mention of the special ed situation was August 23rd, 2022, and that was for a program study. There was no mention of a program transfer or takeover, nothing. Later on, and that lasted a whopping minute and 31 seconds, by the way. Then in May of 2023, as part of the Special Education Department's department presentation, they had a whole 2 slides on the program transfer. There was no mention of that transfer in the agenda item, though, so people didn't even know to show up to even have a comment about it. Later on, the board, we had not an action item, we had an info item that night as well. That was a program study, which was supposed to be studying the fiscal impacts. That study was dated December 16th, 2022. I'm not sure where it hid out for 6 months until it was made public to us in May of 23, but then in June, the program transfer request was an action item. The board tabled that vote and did not approve it. And then in October of 23, there was a presentation, not an action item, that we had a report that was not available to the public or parents, and the union begged the board to hold off on that transfer, and you didn't. And now we have a huge situation going on, at least at Marysville High School. So there's problem number 1. Problem number 2 that I will bring up also is that in your agenda item in regards to hiring this evening, so consent agenda item, we're hiring a subject matter coach. Well, here's a nifty tidbit. Here's my contract with the district, which is almost kind of sort of current and up to date. Even though district is supposed to do that, they do that if and when the teachers union begs and pleads enough for it. But there's our contract, which I'm going to assume that the school board is not real familiar with, based on the fact that my contract, my teacher's contract, keeps getting violated almost every day around here. I can't tell you how many informal grievances, cease and desist, unfair labor practice charges, but I will tell you, here is the contract language about the fact that we're not supposed to be hiring coaches, TOSAs, anything like that, unless we have a certificated, credentialed teacher in every classroom. You don't. You're missing at least 8 or 9, but yet we're gonna hire a coach and violate my contract some more. Then additionally, we have an article in the paper in regards to the negotiations between the district and the teachers union. I still find it problematic that we have anybody on the board, much less the board president, who doesn't seem to have a firm grasp of COLA. The idea still that's being perpetrated out to the public that somehow the district only receives COLA on like a little bit of the budget, therefore you don't have enough for the salary for your employees, is absolutely, positively false. It was discussed at a special board meeting where we sat here and we talked about it. Tammy Strolzini and I came up here and asked questions. We had a conversation afterwards. I thought we had a firm grasp of what was going on. And then still, we have the falsehoods that are put out in this article. Additionally, the superintendent made comment about the fact that Azrani asserts that increased enrollment or attendance does not mean more funds available for spending. It does. Increased attendance most certainly does mean more funds. But on top of that, the next quote is, yes, our enrollment is growing and classroom staffing is increasing accordingly. I beg to differ. Our classroom staffing isn't improving, not with my unit anyway. I have fewer people in my unit right now than I did a year ago at this time. While increasing enrollment, I have fewer people in my unit. I have more people doing 6/5. I have more people who are covering more sites, and we have the deplorable idea of having innumerable combo classes. And then on top of that, going back to this handy document that includes involuntary transfers and reassignments, we still, up until the end of the 3rd week of school, had involuntary reassignments going on. We're still just gonna move teachers around and shuffle them around, and we're gonna hope that maybe they can do their jobs. They can establish relationships, connect with students while in the process of being in the 2nd classroom they've been in this year, with a 2nd or a 3rd group of kids they've had this year. And yet, we're supposed to be just pleased as punch that out of an 8.22% COLA, we're being graced with an offer of 3%. I think the district needs to realize that this isn't going to go away. Where the union is not going to just stop fighting for our contractual rights. That's not going to happen. Because when I fight for my contractual rights, when I fight for my teachers, I fight for my students. And so there is not a chance I'm giving that up. These teachers aren't, I'm not. And on top of everything else, we're talking about money and expenses. I would like for anybody on the board to ask for a little research to be done instead of me having to do it about what the district spent on the LMI, Labor Management Initiative, that was supposed to establish relationship between the labor organizations and the district. Well, we spent a good chunk of money on it in 2 years. We sent people off to conferences. We had people in meetings. We had trainings. We had a consultant come here. And after 2 years of that, the superintendent decided we're not doing that anymore. So the LMI was eliminated. Now we have a district leadership team. And my understanding is they had their first meeting, for which I will tell you that MUTA is not participating. We believe in the LMI, and we believe that we can do the LMI as a district. I will say, though, that from the notes, I caught one tidbit that apparently during the meeting yesterday, the idea is that the goal for the district leadership team moving forward is to solve problems. Well, you're going to need more than one meeting a month to do that, just as a heads up. And I will tell you that you want to solve some problems, acknowledge the fact that the teachers gave you a vote of 94% no confidence. There's a problem to solve, and it's got an easy solution.
Hold on one second. Angela,
Thank you.
I have a clarification question, please. Angela, can you come back up to the podium, please? I believe it was your second point about the coaching. Where is that in the agenda specifically? Is that the Napa?
Under certificate, I believe it's 16.4 in the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Won't be the first time one's been approved when it's a violation of my contract. So there again, it would be nice if you could be familiar with this document before we're blindly approving things on the agenda.
Angela, I got a couple of clarifying questions. Thank you. Question one, what is the status of the proposal you made for board member advisory groups, and where are we at with that, and when do you anticipate putting that together?
We should have dates probably by the end of the week. We had to get the exec board together to get some dates together, and everybody's calendar is kind of a mess. And then we've got some district meetings that are bouncing up on top of our MUTA meetings. So we've had to try to get creative with our calendars, but we're hoping by Friday evening we'll have information on that and have dates for it.
Okay, I think do you have your list of the three that has spoken to you already?
Yes.
Perfect. I think if we put that together, and I think it's a very proactive plan, we can pull that together, because really the teachers are the biggest client, if you will, of the board and the school district, and we need to make sure that those things are addressed. And I think that program with the board members on there as advisory and listening would be very beneficial. Do you agree?
I would agree, and I would agree that if the board can also ensure within that the word input actually is input, as opposed to what it's been in the past, which is just kind of a checkbox and a surface level kind of deal. Because I will tell you, I'm going to fight for my teachers, I'm going to fight for my students. It's just, there's no other way around it.
Thank you. And then also regarding your contractual violations, did you notify Marysville Joint Unified School District, the HR department?
Yeah, I spent probably an hour and some odd in Jordan's office today. Jordan Reeves' office might as well double as a MUTA/MJUSD office at this point in time.
Okay, so I'm just clarify. I just want to see that you got an answer, you got a response back. So okay.
We got a response back on one that was a problem, and so we've had to take that up to the next level, and so now we have an informal that's gone up to a level 1. One of the problems we're also having is that when MUTA issues a cease and desist on something, because we're trying to make sure it doesn't have to end up being an informal level grievance or a level 1 grievance or an unfair labor practice charge, we'll put in a cease and desist, like, hey, we know this is about to happen or it's going to happen, so please don't until we can meet and figure this out. Those are all just summarily ignored, which is also causing immense problems.
Last question. On the LMI issue, that was, I guess, put on hold or stopped, deceased, was the consensus of your group that it was successful?
Yes. The consensus of our group was that there were still, it wasn't perfect, but the idea that we had a consultant who was coming in that was helping us make progress, even though sometimes we were taking like the 2 steps forward, 1 step back, that we were at least taking the 2 steps forward and then the 1 step back. And part of the 1 step back was that when you have one person who decides not to show up to those meetings, and then when you go to the next meeting, you basically have to back up for that person. We eventually, as an LMI, had to decide that was a norm. If you're not here, you don't get a say in it. And that person would be the superintendent, so.
Okay, thank you for your share, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Operating Engineers Local Union number 3. California School Employees Associations number 326 and 648. Association of Management and Confidential Employees. Supervisory Unit. Okay, we're going to move into presentations. 10.1, presentations of school site plans for the 24-25 school year. We're going to start with, let's see, Johnson Park or Ella? Ella, thank you. Please introduce yourselves.
Of course. Good evening. I'm Jen McAdam. I'm the principal of Ella Elementary.
And I am Susan Lima, the assistant principal at Ella Elementary. Good evening.
And it's our pleasure to present tonight.
Good evening, Superintendent Azrani, Cabinet, trustees, and members of the audience. My name is Jen McAdam, and I am the proud principal of Ella Elementary. I am honored to present tonight alongside my assistant principal, Susan Lima. At Ella School, we are committed to working together to support student achievement in a safe and inclusive environment. Some areas of focus include school-wide PBIS expectations and quality ELD instruction. This video is of our first PBIS assembly of the 24-25 school year. This is our counselor, Mr. Jack, challenging students to a hula hoop contest. Ella's current enrollment is 553 students, TK through 6th grade. Our student population is 86.8% socioeconomically disadvantaged and 34.4% English language learners. A few unique opportunities Ella is proud of is our amazing culinary club that started last year. This after-school club was extremely popular with students and forged community partnerships. Ella is also proud of our 7-year partnership with the Yuba-Sutter Food Bank. This video is of our August 2024 distribution, where we were able to hand out 75 food boxes to our Ella families. A look at CASP assessments for ELA in a 3-year snapshot show inconsistent growth for grades 3rd through 5th. From grade to grade, 3rd decreased by 9 and 4th decreased by 5. 5th grade showed growth by cohort of 10 and from grade to grade with growth of 3. On our 24-25 CASP math, results show a decline from grade to grade for 3rd, 5th, and 6th grades. 5th grade cohort shows positive growth of 3 and 6th grade cohort a positive growth of 6. Some targeted needs include CASP interim assessments, IXL Math for Intervention, and a whole school focus on numbers and standards. Ella Star reading findings for 23-24 beginning of year to end of year show that 2nd, 4th, and 5th grades have increased. 6th showed a slight decline, while 3rd remained static. 2nd grade showed the largest growth from beginning of year to end of year. Some targeted areas or needs for growth are a focus on grade level interventions and a whole school focus on reading and writing. Ella Star math findings for 23-24 beginning of year to end of year show all grades making positive growth, with 2nd grade growing by over 17 percentage points. The 23-24 LPAC data shows 7% of our students are eligible for reclassification and 35% are on the cusp to reclassify. Some targeted needs are LPAC interim assessments, focus designated instruction, and professional development. A 2-year snapshot of attendance shows consistent improvement. Our monthly attendance and SART meetings are having a positive impact and will continue in the 24-25 school year. A 2-year snapshot for discipline show our suspension rates are consistently low, but do increase around the 180-day mark. Here is our data at a glance. Ella's actions for supporting our students is outlined in our 6 SIPSA goals that align to the district LCAP. Some Goal 1 actions include ongoing professional development and supplemental materials to support district-adopted curriculum, utilization of district ELA and math coaches, and IXL math. A few Goal 2 actions include social emotional learning and PBIS. Ella is proud to have earned PBIS Gold recognition for the 2024 school year. Some Goal 3 actions include student leadership and technology in the classroom and additional after-school club opportunities. A few Goal 4 actions include paraprofessionals, supplemental EL curriculum, LPAC interim assessments, and ELD small group intervention. For Goal 5, some actions include the CCSPP grant and site coordinator to increase community partnerships, additional school events, and continue to build the Ella School PTO. This video shows Ella's participation in the Olive First Christmas Parade in the 23-24 school year. Thanks to our music teacher, Emily Kirsten, for organizing this event for families and leading our caroling. We look forward to our continued participation in this wonderful community event. Lastly, for Goal 6, a few actions include our SAI Center, grade level Tier 3 intervention for reading and math, supplemental materials aimed at removing barriers for special education students, para and counselor support. Ella is at the beginning stages of implementing our Community Schools Grant. We look forward to working with our CS site coordinator to form an advisory committee and have collaborative conversations about how to best support our Ella students. Other celebrations include our annual Kindness Parade held in January each year when we celebrate Kindness Month. I would also like to celebrate our annual outdoor learning with our butterfly garden. The Ella first grade team studies the butterfly life cycle and then shares their learning with the whole school, setting up a butterfly garden and observation space. Ella's total budget summary for the 24-25 school year is $568,869. Before I go, I want to thank Ella's outstanding and committed staff who care so deeply for all our Ella Gators. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the folks at Ella? Well, it certainly looks like you broke the dam, and so you're starting to see the improvement. And this doesn't move in leaps and bounds. It's one day at a time, one student at a time, and one teacher at a time. So I really am proud of how well you have put together your program. And thank you to your staff for all their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Johnson Park.
Good evening. My name is Melissa White, and I'm the principal of Johnson Park.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Xiong. I'm the assistant principal.
We hope you enjoy our presentation.
Thank you.
Is Ronnie, trustees, members of the cabinet, and members of the audience. My name is Melissa White, and I am the proud principal of Johnson Park Elementary. At Johnson Park Elementary, we believe all students can be successful. Through consistent school-wide behavior and academic expectations, Johnson Park develops self-motivated students who strive for excellence. Johnson Park currently serves 456 students. 83% of our student population are considered low socioeconomically disadvantaged. 30% are English learners, and 12% are students with disabilities. A 3-year analysis of ELA CASP data revealed most cohorts show growth from year to year, with 5th grade students showing the most significant growth within each cohort. Data also revealed 3rd grade consistently demonstrates low performance, therefore indicating a need for more targeted intervention and use of CASP interim assessments. The same 3-year analysis of math CASP data again revealed that most cohorts show growth from year to year. During the 23-24 school year, 3rd grade showed the largest growth increase with 6 percentage points. Data also indicates that all grade levels consistently score low in math, revealing the need for more targeted intervention and use of CASP interim assessments. Last year's star reading data showed growth in grades 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, with 3rd grade showing the largest growth increase with 14.1 percentage points. Star Math data showed growth in grades 2nd through 6th, with 2nd increasing by 14 percentage points and 5th grade by 17.5 percentage points. Data for both Star Reading and Star Math will be more frequently monitored this year and will be used to inform instruction. This 3-year analysis of discipline data indicates a significant decrease in suspensions. We are strengthening our PBIS program and continuing to use alternatives to suspension. Attendance at Johnson Park Elementary continues to improve. Our chronic absenteeism rate decreased by almost 10% last year. We have developed new attendance incentive plans, are strengthening our PBIS program, and our admin team, CCSPP coordinator, and ORC are working hard to support our students and families. LPAC data indicates that 25% of our students are close to moving to level 4 and 10% are eligible for reclassification. This year, our ELs will see increased support and skill-specific targeted interventions. In summary, all grade levels consistently score low on both ELA and Math CASP assessments. 5th grade students consistently score the highest overall in ELA, and last year, 3rd grade showed the highest point increase in Math. Most grades showed growth from beginning of the year to the end of the year in Star Reading and Math. 3rd grade showed the most percentage point increase in Star Reading, while 5th grade showed the highest percentage point increase in Star Math. 25% of our EL students are close to advancing to level 4, and 10% are eligible for reclassification. The SIPSA has 6 goals aligned with the district's LCAP goals. Actions to support Goal 1 include a student support specialist, increased hours for our LRT to support student literacy and intervention, and the development of a site leadership team to monitor data, evaluate progress, and support PLCs. Actions to support Goal 2 include consistent Tier 1 and Tier 2 PBIS team meetings, implementing tiered JET levels tied to PBIS, increased PBIS activities, and the development of our site leadership team. Actions for Goal 3 include increased STEAM, coding, and robotic activities in classrooms, tutoring opportunities, SART meetings to improve attendance, and again, the development of our site leadership team to monitor data, evaluate progress, and support PLCs. Actions to support Goal 4 include parent institutes for families, effective ELD instruction, CCSPP partnerships, and increased support during targeted intervention. Actions to support Goal number 5 include family nights, monthly newsletters, community and PTC partnerships, and the implementation of our new air traffic control program, where parents or guardians can be fingerprinted and serve as volunteers on campus to support during recess, intramural activities, or special events. Actions to support Goal number 6 include our tiered intervention system, attendance incentive programs, increased support during intervention, and the development of our site leadership team. Johnson Park is one of the many schools in our district who was awarded the California Community Schools Partnership Grant. We are in the process of developing our vision and creating partnerships with our community. Some of our planned projects include a community garden, implementation of a tiered JET system tied to PBIS, publicly recognizing 100% of our students, and increasing after-school clubs. We will support our families and plan to increase involvement through a variety of activities and services. A few community partnerships we are currently working on are with South Lyndhurst and Lyndhurst, where high school students will assist on our campus for EL and early childhood education support, Beale Air Force, where we hope to create a junior jet program, and the Yuba-Sutter Community Task Force to assist in keeping our neighborhoods safe. Johnson Park has Title I, Prop 28, and lottery funds allocated to help us achieve our goals. A few Johnson Park celebrations include becoming a Blue Zone approved school, receiving gold PBIS recognition, and implementing several after-school programs and clubs such as our volleyball and spirit clubs. We have an amazing music program. Our 6th grade students love drumming. This year we implemented Jet of the Week, where each class chooses a student who is exhibiting one or more of our PBIS expectations. They are celebrated in front of the school, and their picture is displayed in the main hallway for the entire week. This is year 2 of student council for 5th and 6th grade students. The elected officers take their job seriously and are leaders during all of our rallies. Finally, we have several teachers who consistently provide opportunities for STEAM, coding, and robotic learning in their classrooms. Thank you for this opportunity to share about our extraordinary school. Please visit our website or reach out to us if you'd like to learn more about the Johnson Park Superjets.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the team from Johnson Park?
What's the magic ingredient? You got one suspension. What gives?
Well, our PBS program, we've really hit that hard, and implementing that really helps.
That's very impressive. You guys did a great job.
Thank you very much.
Well, it certainly looks like you guys are making great progress, and we certainly appreciate the hard work all of your staff does. So please extend our welcome and keep up the good work from the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lyndhurst High School, Dr. Reed.
Good evening, Merrill Grant, principal, Lyndhurst High School, joined by our two assistant principals. Introduce yourself.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Noemi Arroyo Magaña.
I'm Keith Carlson, the other assistant principal.
Thank you.
Board of Trustees, Dr. Asrani, and guests. Welcome to Lyndhurst High School, home of 50 years of Blazer pride. Lyndhurst High School is the school with a big heart. We are committed to preparing every student every day for their postgraduate success with whatever endeavor they attempt. We are rewriting the narrative here to be considered a shining star in the Yuba-Sutter region. We employ a strong accountability system for students and staff where we ask for each person's best effort for 180 school days. By managing strong day-to-day operational systems, we feel that the good work related to student academic achievement and social emotional wellness can take center stage. Our demographics as presented, enrollment just under 1,300. A big note that we have 21% of Lyndhurst alumni as part of our certificated and classified staff, contributing to that school with a heart. Our ELA CASP scores, a nice celebration here, up 6% for that junior class of last year. We hope to build on these metrics to meet state average very soon. In math, we're still low here at 10%, but showing incremental growth. We're really looking at our targeted needs of remediation for students coming in as freshmen to get them up to grade level as soon as possible. On attendance and discipline, we're showing marked improvement in all data metrics here around chronic absenteeism, reduction in suspension rate, and looking at adding in some systems around this in restorative practices for students that are suspended on reentry, and really getting after our attendance as we start to build some historical data as we inch through the school year. In STAR reading, the local assessment, we dedicated time to administer both the reading and math test this year to a separate class period instead of having teachers administer as available. We feel this made a huge difference in our student scores in both reading and math. You see in reading a marked improvement, almost 20 plus to 30% in the reading, and then in math, although not as high, still some nice incremental improvement with those marks. On our LPAC data, we continue to reclassify students. Our newcomer population has doubled since 22-23, but we still experience growth in reclassification. That's a huge celebration. Advanced placement, over 353 exams expected to be administered in spring of 2025. For a school this size, of just about 1,300 students, that's a huge percentage of test takers to make that mark of 353 given. Our scores 3, 4, 5s are increasing, and we're really proud of that. Data at a glance, really we're making incremental improvement across all data forms. We show improvement because we're doing the right work with fidelity and not being bird-walked by other school issues. In looking at LCAP goals, improving academic performance, our school-wide emphasis this year will be on student engagement. We feel if bell-to-bell instruction is happening, then students are engaged with the instructor for 180 days, 6 periods a day, and therefore the little things like cell phone usage, behaviors, time off task will decrease in making for an academic environment that we can be very proud of. As far as our day in and day out culture, we administer the Lyndhurst Pyramid of Success, where safety and comfort is paramount, day-to-day operations must be tight, and then we can get to the real nice work of student and staff excellence in really bringing our kids and staff into a realm of celebrating their academic achievement and social emotional wellness. In preparing every student with the skills needed for college and career readiness, I think our CTE programs have been well noted throughout the years. We are looking at 4-year counseling and planning for every student as we work through the school year to make sure that we're meeting needs with the academic offerings, whether it's college-bound, career, military, etc. Our LCAP goal around building a system of specific support for our EL learners and low SES students. We have a SEDI course that we're offering this year, which we're very proud of. We have additional co-taught courses and the addition of our California Community Schools Partnership Coordinator position. In home-to-school partnerships, we continue to really increase participation of our school community. Our 50th celebration anniversary is going to allow for alumni to reconnect with Lyndhurst High School, and we're seeing students with parents that are alumni coming back into our school and really celebrating that 50-year mark with us. Inclusion opportunities for special education students is paramount. We think we do a nice job with this, and our special ed population is thriving. Our teachers are doing the right work there, and we feel this population is making nice growth. Community school update, we're implementing Blazer Path, which is a new program for freshmen that had struggled in middle school to get them support and get underneath them as we enter the 6-week progress report grading period. Celebrations and activities, just really want to thank the school board and district administration for our new stadium and track. If you were out there on August 30th, you saw immense community pride in this new project, and for generations to come, we will be celebrating that new stadium and track project. Our budget, we're pretty healthy with some resources here, and we will want to put them to good use where there will be a difference made. Thank you so much for your support. Lyndhurst High School is on the move. We're doing the right work with fidelity. Any questions or comments?
Thank you very much. Well, Dr. Grant, it looks like it's going very well. And having been out there for that ribbon cutting, it's a little warm, but it was a very special occasion.
I hope you felt the pride of the community that evening, and Jen and Doug coming out, who were major components of putting that project together. You could see the pride on their face, which was priceless.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Grant or his staff? Well, thank you for your great work, and thank you, your staff. Last but not least, we have the Abraham Lincoln and South Lyndhurst High School plan. Dr. Jones.
Good evening. I'm David Jones. I'm principal of all 3 alternative ed programs for the 2 continuation programs and independent studies. And with me I have
I'm Monica Vanderstoop, and I'm the assistant principal at EBL.
Thank you, MJUSD board members, Superintendent Azrani, Cabinet, and MJUSD community for this opportunity to share our alternative ed programs with you this evening. My name is David Jones, and I am the principal of South Lyndhurst High School, North South Lyndhurst High School, and Abraham Lincoln Independent Studies.
My name is Monica Vanderstoop, and I'm the assistant principal and lead administrator for Abraham Lincoln Independent Studies program.
Welcome to South Lyndhurst, where we create and maintain a family atmosphere that connects students to our school by giving them hope, guidance, and layers of support to reach their full potential. We build character through community service, academic excellence through dual enrollment and articulated college coursework, and preparedness through skill building and mentoring through community partnerships. Our school-wide AVID program equips students with essential skills for college and career readiness, emphasizing critical thinking and organization, and we are proudly implementing PBIS program to promote a positive school climate by recognizing good behavior. We are the knights who reach our goals by navigating through hardship and never giving up.
Abraham Lincoln Virtual Academy is a school where students can further develop academically and socially in an alternative education program. We accomplish our goals by dedicated teachers and support staff who monitor our students' progress and engagement closely. This year, we have added a full-time counselor and a 60% social worker, prioritizing our students' mental health, academic success, and college and career readiness. Our goal is to see every student face-to-face at least once a month.
In our continuation programs, we serve approximately 280 students between the two sites at one given time. Throughout the year, we have nearly 500 students come and go through our program. Our students are 11th and 12th graders who are at risk and high need, as you can see here in the left-hand column. Independent Studies has 302 students currently enrolled with grade levels 1 through 12. The demographics for this site can be seen in the middle column. It too serves a population that is high need with specific barriers that prevent them from attending school daily on site. We have a wonderful team of staff members within all three alternative sites that truly make a difference in student lives. Thanks to LCFF funding, district-funded positions, and grants, we are able to provide tiered levels of support in all three programs. South Lyndhurst ELA CAST scores increased by 1% last year. This year, we will utilize our instructional coach, Ms. Sandra Munoz, to support teachers with their Tier 1 instruction. Our instructional coach is paid out of LCFF Equity Multiplier Funds.
ABL students continue to struggle demonstrating ELA proficiency on the state test for all grade levels. ABL will focus on improving the test-taking accommodations and time required to be on campus to ensure students the best opportunities for success.
South Lyndhurst High School math CAST scores decreased by 1% last year. Our Tier 1 instruction will be supported by our instructional coach, as stated earlier, and focus will be put on post-data action plans and spiraling concepts within our warm-ups.
Students continue to struggle demonstrating proficiency on the math portion of the state testing. We did see some improvements in grades 7 and 8 and will continue to build upon those successes. ABL will focus on improving the test-taking accommodations for all students. We will also support our students with regular in-person opportunities for learning and test prep examples and activities.
In terms of attendance and discipline at South Lyndhurst, our main focus is to get our students connected to our school. Last year, as a result, we got our ADA to increase by 4% and we cut our suspensions down by 70%. We will continue to develop our top-tier incentive program that was highly effective last year, and also creatively enact positive attendance interventions after we meet as a SART team each week. Our STAR reading data at North and South show opposite results. The North site outperformed the South campus at the beginning of the year, but the South campus showed the largest growth by the end of the year. This year, we will provide students immediate feedback and celebration of their scores on campus, and we'll have our instructional coach meet with each of our teachers individually during their prep periods to analyze the STAR data and create action plans for both ELA and math.
ABL's STAR reading data continues to show growth and improvement. 8 of the 9 grades tested demonstrated 50% growth or more from the beginning of the year to the end. ABL will continue to improve our synchronous instruction at the elementary level and provide more support for our secondary students with meaningful morning meets and in-person learning opportunities.
STAR math data at SLHS clearly shows that performance was greater at the start of the year versus the end of the year. There are 2 factors that may play a role here. Seniors have already graduated and exited the program, and juniors were exhausted from a month and a half of summative testing that included LPAC testing, CASP, STAR, and benchmark assessments.
Our math scores continue to improve. 8 out of 9 grade levels improved 50% or more from the beginning of the year to the end. ABL will continue to improve our synchronous instruction in grades 1 through 6 and create more opportunities for our secondary students to have in-person learning.
Here you can see that 8% of our EL learners at South Lyndhurst are eligible for reclassification, and a large bubble of 23% are very close. The goal this year is to better prepare our students for the types of questioning that they will see on the LPAC test and utilize a different level of English 3D curriculum that will better prepare our students.
13% of ABL students are English language learners. The majority of our students are testing at level 3. This indicates our students are progressing and on their way to reclassification. ABL will provide support for all EL students, especially our older students who seem to struggle the most.
At a glance, you can see that South Lyndhurst has made a lot of growth this last year, most notably in the areas of attendance, discipline, and STAR testing scores as compared to the CAS scores that are not as accurate assessments of our students' understanding. A strong connection to our school enabled us to keep our at-risk students motivated and engaged to earn their high school diploma. We had 190 students graduate from our program last year, and 1 student attend Chico State directly from our program.
ABL's graduation rates are steady, and we continue to increase enrollment annually. Our elementary hybrid program has been in full operation for 2 years and meets with over 20 students in person in grades 1 through 6 every Friday. The 24-25 school year will see more in-person learning, student engagement, and support, due in part by the addition of a full-time counselor and social worker. They will focus on the social, emotional well-being and academic success of all.
Now we move our focus to our actions and success criteria for our SIPSA. In Goal 1, SLHS aims to improve academic performance by attending professional development through AVID and the Continuation State Conference, replacing old technology, as well as paying for an instructional coach by utilizing our LCFF equity multiplier money.
25 school year, ABL will support our WAS School number 1 by continuing to improve our hybrid model and opening a satellite classroom in Dobbins for our students in grades 7 through 12 who live in MJUSD's most remote areas. The expectation for our students in the 24-25 school year is to come on campus at least once a month for in-person learning and enrichment. ABL will support goal number 1 by providing meaningful professional development to teachers and staff.
Goal 2 for South Lyndhurst is focused on educating the whole child to ensure the safety and well-being for all. This year, we have added layers of SEL support and therapy with a full-time psychologist and social worker for alternative education. We have added a culture committee comprised of staff and students to create meaningful activities, themes, and awareness initiatives that connect our students to our school.
School number 2 in the 24-25 school year, ABL will utilize the services and support of our new full-time academic and college and career counselor, social worker, and EL facilitator to address the wellness, safety, and emotional needs of all our students.
Goal 3 for South Lyndhurst High School focuses on college and career readiness, and we hope to do that through layers of guidance. Our goal is to develop our students' skills as well as action planning while they have us as supports. So we added a full-time college and career counselor to ensure the preparedness of each of our students for college and career. We also purchased virtual reality goggles and software that will provide exploration opportunities for our students as well as job training at our school site. Last but certainly not least, Junior Achievement has now partnered with us to provide life skill workshops to develop the 21st century skills that our students so desperately need.
25 school year, ABL will support WASC Goal Number 3 to prepare every student with college and career readiness by utilizing the experience of our full-time counselor. ABL will continue to use our Career Exploration VR goggles and increase our participation with community partners to expand our students' work experience and assist them with all of their post-secondary goals.
SLHS Goal 4 supports the growth of our specialized populations. Designated ELD will use English 3D curriculum that will focus on the skills needed to be proficient on the state LPAC test. Our counselors are in tune to our foster youth and homeless populations to provide resources as well as Assembly Bill credit reductions to make graduation a reality for all students.
ABL's WASC Goal Number 4 in the 24-25 school year, ABL will continue to use our EL facilitator to run small, in-person, or virtual groups for designated ELD. The EL facilitator, with ABL's support, will continue to be the liaison between the school, the district, and parents, and to seek out ways to make parents feel more connected to ABL.
Parent partnerships are developed in Goal 5 for South Lyndhurst High School by continuing long-standing traditions such as mandatory enrollment meetings with every parent and student, separate back-to-school nights for juniors and seniors to connect resources and increase parent involvement, and provide informative parent workshops.
Support WASC Goal Number 5, improving home and school partnerships by holding quarterly orientation meetings for new students and using our counselor to increase the number of student-parent conferences in a year. ABL will also increase the number of home visits by admin and our new social worker and continue to improve our online platform so all parents are connected and can access information about our school easily.
South Lyndhurst provides inclusion and access to all special education students with intentional actions, such as winter intercession for credit recovery and community partners through vocational rehab and workability. Both provide support services for our students on IEPs to get them in the workforce, job shadowing, and financial supports for college or career.
Support WASC Goal Number 6 in the 24-25 school year by continuing to serve our IEP students and families in a timely manner and follow best practices for students in special education. ABL will increase our participation with programs that support our students with IEPs like workability and vocational rehab. These programs provide access and transition support in the job market.
In summary, South Lyndhurst has added a lot to its program over the past 2 years. This year is no exception, as you can see on the slide in front of you. A combination of staffing, community partnerships, and excellent daily intentional practice enables our program to achieve excellence. Some celebrations include our mentor program, 2 college courses on our campus, virtual reality software for career development, and layers of staffing to support students in SEL, academic, and college and career needs.
Celebrate many things in the 24-25 school year. Some of the things we are looking forward to: adding another hybrid model to our Dobbins site that will serve students in grades 7 through 12 and provide an opportunity to attend in-person learning at least once a week. Transportation will be provided. The services of a full-time counselor, 60% social worker, and a school psychologist. The creation of our first ABL Super Garden with the support of community volunteers. Increased in-person time with all our students. And more enrichment activities and opportunities for our students to feel connected to their school community.
South Lyndhurst High School's budget was saved this year by the LCFF Equity Multiplier funding source that provided $431,570 to our school site. This is why we were able to provide so much support to our students. This funding is only for our school and finally compensates our school that serves the most neediest of students. It rewards our school for its high percentage of low socioeconomic disadvantaged students, as well as the transient population that comes and goes, meaning that we only have 150 students that are enrolled at our campus at one given time, but over the course of a school year, we actually serve over 430 total students. Instead of being compensated for 150, which was past practice, we actually are now compensated for the 430. Our SIPSA budget for North and South is only $98,546.
Summary. Total SIPSA budget for the 24-25 school year, $94,021. Total additional budgets, $547,958. Funding sources reflected in the site plan budget. Title I, $92,865. Title I Parent Involvement, $1,156. Lottery, $90,300. Prop 28, $33,456. And the LCFF Equity Multiplier, $424,202.
Thank you for your time to get to know our alternative programs. Now, are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, very thorough. Did have a question on ABL LCAP goal number 3. Question 1, what current CTE programs are you currently offering?
Can you repeat that again for ABL?
What, in regards to ABL, your ABL LCAP goal number 3, which specifically is preparing all students with skills needed for career and college readiness, do you have any particular CTE programs at all and that you're implementing currently or plan to implement?
The only CTE programs that we have currently are through the Edmentum program. We do have students now working on concurrent enrollment with MCAA, so we're bridging the gap now to be able to have some of our students take classes at MCAA. And then also we would like to be able to at some point be able to do the same with Marysville High School.
I'm going to try to push that because I think that's something that we could do and would better benefit our students as well as the community. We've got a huge agricultural program, welding. We have a phenomenal welding instructor we got from Sutter High School, and just to maybe broaden the horizons there. So,
With our full-time counselor, we also have about 7 students right now that are enrolled at Yuba College. And our program, the Independent Studies program, allows them to be a little more flexible with that. And Yuba College also has a lot of intersession and different scheduled classes.
And South Lyndhurst, would they be able to share some of the programs over there as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's open also to our independent studies students to be able to take both college classes at South Lyndhurst. And our continuation program students do have the ability to take CTE courses at both Marysville High School and Lyndhurst High School currently.
Okay, and then last question on your LCAP goal number 6. Specifically on workability and vocational rehabilitation for your IEP students, and also your special educational population. What is in place currently, or what are you thinking about for the future for putting those programs into place so we could get those students involved as well?
Yeah, so we've been building that bridge for probably about 4 years now. Ms. Sullivan pioneered that and got that connected originally at South Lyndhurst. She brought that over to North when we opened that school 2 years ago. And then now we have bridged that gap with independent studies as well. So we actually have them coming on site every other week to meet with our IEP students. Not only to build portfolios and skills for the transitional piece whenever they leave us, but also getting them connected in the community for job shadowing and also workability.
Well, great job, David and Monica. You guys are, I mean, the numbers are fantastic and the vibe's good, the climate's good. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now we're at 10.2. Presentation of the Educational Services Plan for the Direct Technical Assistance and District Data for the 24-25 school year.
Good evening. Tonight I'm going to share a presentation about our DTA status and how that is changing some of the practices we're going to have in these next couple of years.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Asrani, members of the Cabinet, and members of the audience. I am Amy Stratton, Executive Director of Educational Services. Tonight you will hear a presentation on MJUSD continuous improvement and direct technical assistant status. As part of our state accountability systems, LEAs across the state are offered different tiers of support based on the progress each LEA is making towards student achievement. MJUSD has been in differentiated assistance since 2017. Differentiated assistance has two different tiers of support: differentiated assistance and direct technical assistance. In the spring of 2024, MJUSD entered Direct Technical Assistance. Each tier offers slightly different supports. Both tiers are the result of the data from the California dashboard, which illustrates the progress on subgroup performance. Where the tiers split indicate how long the subgroup has been identified in differentiated assistance. When there is a subgroup that has been identified as red for 3 of the last 4 years, the district will enter into direct technical assistance. Now let's review the data that appears on the California dashboard. State academic testing for ELA and math and identified grade levels, suspension rates, chronic absenteeism rates, 4-year cohort graduation rates, college and career readiness, and English learner progress. The subgroups that appear in red in the 2023 California dashboard are displayed. The official 2024 dashboard will not be released until December of this year. Here is a timeline of MJUSD's differentiated assistance journey. In the last 4 years of data, there are 4 subgroups that stand out as underperforming, which means the subgroup has red indicators. The 4 subgroups are African American, homeless, foster youth, and students with disabilities. MJUSD was notified in the spring of 2023 that the district has entered into technical assistance for these subgroups. This diagram shows the 3-tier system of supports and the qualifications for each tier. In addition to the district-level supports, school sites may also be in technical support. There are 2 levels of assistance, CSI and ATSI. CSI are for sites that have 2 or more red indicators for the all subgroup, and ATSI are for sites who have 2 or more red indicators in specific subgroups. Now let's look at the strategies MJUSD is using to address direct technical assistance. A team has been established to support the school sites, set goals, and a process to monitor progress. As part of the new level of support, MJUSD has entered into a partnership with Yuba County Office of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, or CCEE. CCEE is a state-provided resource to support districts in direct technical assistance. The goal of this partnership is to build district capacity to develop and implement actions and services through a continuous improvement cycle using tools such as the Plan, Do, Steady, Act model. Educational Services developed a district support team of directors and coordinators to support the work through the partnership with YCOE and CCEE. By building the capacity of the district staff and developing a comprehensive district plan involving all directors and coordinators, the team will be able to focus efforts on a coordinated, seamless manner to support sites, staff, and students and improve student achievement. Let me introduce you to our MJUSD instructional team. This team will provide additional layers of support for the district support team. Our coaching team has already been busy and serving our teachers in many ways. A few highlights include 123 contacts with new teachers, 107 classroom visits, and 33 site visits collectively. Adding our coaching staff is instrumental in the efforts to support the cycle of continuous improvement. Based on the state indicators and specific subgroup needs, behavioral and academic progress demonstrates a need for improvement. Here are some of the existing tiered supports in place for students. Not only are there tiered supports for students, but there has been an intentional focus on the whole system and how all the parts of education work together to support continuous improvement. On the instructional side, efforts have been expanded to include providing coaching supports for teachers and staff, expanding opportunities to prepare students for college and career, and increasing focus on our supports for English learners. On the behavioral side, a focus on parent and community involvement, increased attendance, and student wellness supports. All work will be directly aligned with the MJUSD graduate profile. The educational team is working hard to ensure that our guiding principles shine and help drive the direction of the work for the school year and beyond. The first order of business is to establish an articulate academic plan for student improvement. Now let's look at the data. Please keep in mind that the data shared tonight is our local data we have been gathering within our systems for the purpose of progress monitoring. The state data for the 23-24 school year is not yet released. The STAR Universal Screening data is still in progress. The testing window was still open when this presentation was recorded. The final data may change once the window closes. Looking at the green bar for English Language Arts in the lower elementary, there is a larger percentage of students at or above grade level this year compared to this point last year. There is also a smaller percentage of students in the urgent intervention than last year. However, for math, the opposite is trending. The data continues to show a great need for improvement in math. For upper elementary grades, there's a similar trend in ELA, with a larger percentage of students at or above grade level than last year and a lower percentage of students in urgent intervention than last year. In math, there isn't a significant difference in the at or above percentage compared to the previous year, but the growth can be seen in the decline in urgent intervention. In the middle grades, growth in the at or above can be seen in both ELA and math, with a decrease in urgent intervention compared to last school year. In high school, a similar trend can be seen with the at or above in both ELA and math compared to last year, and a decrease in urgent intervention. These are all good indicators that our students are making progress. Now let's look at some enrollment numbers in our acceleration pathways. Math honor classes continue to increase each year, with 7th grade adding new honor classes this year. However, there is a slight dip in our 8th grade honors classes in ELA, Science, and History. The high school students continue to challenge themselves in AP and honors classes with an increase of 52%. Avid numbers are growing and students with credit deficiencies are decreasing. The number of CTE courses are slightly lower than last year, and dual enrollment numbers are a little low right now, but the number will increase once first semester grades post and second semester starts. Reclassification increased by 9% during the 23-24 school year. Reclassification occurs all year. At the time of the presentation, 13 reclassifications have been completed. The one-year graduation rate is promising. This chart shows the number of seniors enrolled in MJUSD on the last day of school and graduated within 4 years. Although there is a decrease of 2 percentage points, 95% of our students graduating is a celebration. The internal data collected on cumulative suspensions over 3 years show a decrease by 11% from the previous year. The internal data collected on chronic absenteeism shows a decrease of 6 percentage points from 23 to 24. Overall, the trend is moving in the right direction and kids are in school. As the district moves through direct technical assistance, MJUSD has established some actions for each of the subgroups in DTA. In all cases, the district support team will be working closely with schools for data analysis, reviewing our policies and processes to ensure that we have safety nets for students and begin to incorporate continuous school improvement. Through all these efforts, an improvement of data on the California dashboard is expected to occur. The expectation is to see at least 5 percentage points improvement in all indicators reported on the dashboard. I'm available to answer questions you may have.
Thank you.
Are
there any questions for Amy?
Before we start, I do have one correction. There was an error I noticed watching the presentation on slide number 3 where it says suspension. Students enrolled 31 days or more. That is inaccurate. It accounts for every student that is enrolled. So the 31 days or more applies to the chronic absenteeism, not the suspension.
Are there any questions from the board for Amy?
Yeah, I really like and this is probably some of the best PBS stuff I've seen and laid out for parents to look at. My question is, can we take some of this and even like the graduate profile, and I'm also referring to the tier 1, 2, and 3 on the academic and behavioral support systems, to show on a website so parents can go to that or have it linked up or something? This is really good.
Yeah, we can work on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I may be gonna jump in the gun here on this because in the next item coming up on the consent agenda, I'm looking at a particular position that is listed as a literacy coach for the district office. Is that this program?
Yes, and I do want to make one clarification here. The K-3 literacy coach that is hired, she's very skilled. Her credential is actually a single subject English teacher who has a ton of experience at the elementary level. So at this time, with a MUTA contract where it says we don't hire for positions if we have openings, she's actually only able to teach single subject English. And so at this time, our positions that are open are at the elementary level for multiple subject. But yes, she is in there.
Any other questions from the board? Well, Amy, it looks like we're making progress.
We are, and we have a really focused attention right now, and I think with the help with CCEE is going to help put some structures in place that will drive us forward.
Well, thank you for that amazing data, and
thank you.
Thank your staff for everything they do. Now we're at 10.3, presentation with SiteLogic with a program update for the 24-25 school year.
Sorry about that.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Jennifer Butler and I'm with SiteLogic. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, everyone, school community. SiteLogic is the company that did the installation of the district's energy project, which includes the solar construction. And once a quarter, we come and update the community and the board. But this time I asked for a little extra time because I wanted to make sure that with the changing of some of, the personnel in the district, that everyone understands what the history is for this project and why the district decided to move forward with such a large investment. So, any issues in loading? I'm going to go as quick as I can. I know I asked for 15 minutes today, but I'll still go as quick as I can. I'm going to skip the agenda if you'll go to slide 3. I'm going to first talk a little bit about what a lot of people don't understand, and that is that there is more work to be done on a school campus than there is money. Every day of the week, every day of the year, every year of our lives. The average school in for K-12 is 49 years old. 38% of those are older than that. Right? So we're standing in a historical building right now. So if you would imagine a car or a home or anything that gets that type of repetitive use, and let's be honest, kids are tough on things, the life expectancy just for normal wear and tear is way beyond in school campuses. But then we look at how the campuses are used, and we look at the incredible, like I mentioned, wear and tear, and to expect that there is going to be facilities in great condition that are brand new is unrealistic. So we have to work with what we have. One of the major reasons why the district elected to do an energy project is because they had a lack of support from the community in passing a general obligation bond. And this has several consequences. One is, of course, there are therefore very limited funds to address modernization needs. What the district gets from the state and federal government will not pay for even a third of the need. So when we can't get the community to endorse a general obligation bond, it also means that not only is the modernization not going to happen that's needed to keep our facilities safe and modern and endorsing a good learning environment, but that also means now that the district is unable to apply for and receive the state modernization matching that's provided by the state of California. And the reason why that is that you have to spend the money in order to receive the money. So if you don't have the money to spend, many districts that don't have the money to spend, they therefore cannot apply for the state match for modernization. So essentially, without that support from the community, there's a lot of inactivity that facilities continue to fail, continue to have further and further structural issues, all types of issues, including those environmental impacts like lighting, could be a tile that is beyond its useful life and emitting gases. So it's just a tumble effect when we don't have that support. And so what the district desperately needed to do, and again, you're standing in a historic building right now, so that just goes to show you the need is great and has been for some time. They knew that they needed to modernize this and every campus in the district. And they also knew that there were funds available to them that we're calling supplemental funding, like different grants, incentives, and rebates, and state modernization money, that they could not take advantage of if they didn't move forward with some type of modernization. They also really wanted an emphasis on greater district-wide equity, because when you don't pass a bond, you're just picking projects. You're just picking projects here and there. What can we afford? Oh my gosh, can we do this? Oh, the roof fell in. Can we do that? So it's very chaotic, and there's no economy of scale, and there's no ability to address the district holistically. So one of the greatest motivations for the district was to really create a better district-wide equity program and address as many sites as possible, preferably all of them, and give them some modernization. But also, we live in California. We have very strict economic and environmental rules. We are incredibly strict. So there are legislation in place that drive what the district can and cannot do. And unfortunately, many of those legislative actions come to the districts unfunded, meaning you will do this, but we will not give you any money to accomplish it. And that's really, really, really hard when they're trying to maintain their state, payments for having students, knowing that every time they're out of compliance, they're at the risk of losing some type of funding source. So it's a very delicate balance. But that's the history of why the district had wanted to do an energy project. And I'll tell you how that energy project helped solve many of these issues. Next slide. Thank you. So an energy program is a self-funded program. Now, a lot of the community may hear, oh my goodness, we did a multi-million-dollar project. But what it's important to understand is that this program pays for itself, meaning that the debt services used to do this project are less than what the district was paying to PG&E. So if you are paying PG&E $100 a month, or in this case, close to $3 million a year, your debt payment is less than that. So it's no new money. There's no new money being spent by the district. That's very important to understand, that the district is allocating money that they're already spending to a greater advantage and a strategic plan to modernize the campuses. So that's super important, and I can't stress that enough. No new money was spent. It was reallocated from what they were already spending, getting only one service back, which is electricity. And now they're able to have brand new HVAC, brand new lighting, solar power generation, air quality control, indoor air quality, and I'm gonna go on and on. But the exchange in strategically rerouting that money from strategy, and it's one that is supported by the state of California and is endorsed and embraced by the majority of districts in the state. In doing so, we've been able to not only repurpose those funds into critical infrastructure upgrades, but we've also been able to lower operating costs. We've been able to improve operating efficiencies and aid the district in strategic planning for today and in the future. Because that's another thing that happens when you don't have the finances to make strategic plans. You're always operating in a state of an emergency. And emergencies, if you've been to the hospital, are expensive. So this way, we've been able to more proactively decide on what projects need to be done, how they're going to be funded, and is there any supplemental income or sources to help finance those improvements. Thank you. So the district did look at, with the help of their financial advisor, several different financing methods. General obligation bonds, that was a no at the time. Hopefully one day we can get the community to rally and support the district in passing a general obligation bond. They looked at a certificate of participation, which is a debt. And again, the debt service is less than what they were paying PG&E. They were also able to take advantage of historically low interest rates. So 2.5% was the interest rate, which is historically low. They were also able to refinance some of their existing debt from 11% to 2%. So they saved greater than $11 million in doing that. Additionally, we were able to get them $354,000 in CalShape funds, $240,000 in Prop 39. They'll be getting a reimbursement through the Inflation Reduction Act of $6 million for phase 1 and another $1 million for phase 2. I think it's important to note too that actually with the CalShape they got over $1 million, but just our portion was the 200 or 354. So the district is utilizing every possible grant, incentive, rebate, donation that you could possibly imagine, and making good fiscal decisions that are good fiscal decisions for the long term, not just today. Okay, go ahead. I'm not gonna go into this too much because I'm already past time, but just so everyone understands that we did a district-wide HVAC replacement. So there was inefficient equipment. The Lyndhurst Central Plant had a pending grand jury indictment. So a pending grand jury indictment and no money to fix the system. This way, the system was fixed by leveraging savings. No money out of pocket for the district. They used their savings to handle a situation that had been lingering over their heads for greater than a decade. So new HVAC, new thermostats that are programmable, reducing hot, cold calls, also helping with staff and their ability to respond. We did COVID prevention through air purification. Next slide. These are just some of the before and afters. This is an example of Lyndhurst. If you see the before and the after, go ahead. Again, before and after. And none of this stuff is cool, right? Well, it's HVAC, so it's kind of cool, but it's not fun. But it is up there, and it does affect our students, and it affects our teachers, not only just in comfort, but in the quality of air that we take. There's countless studies that demonstrate how important good air quality is for learning. You can just go through these. So got rid of old thermostat, new thermostats, go ahead. Lighting upgrade, not only were we able to go through and take out all the fluorescent lighting throughout the district, we were also able to then put in emergency or safety lighting in on 19 of the sites. So 19 of your sites now have safety feature that was really needed. And as of January 1st of 2025, you will not be able to buy a fluorescent bulb in California. So improves the learning environment, saves on operating costs, saves on PG&E, and it's the way that legislation is going. So then we also did a solar. We have a zero emission electricity generation for a lower cost than it is to purchase from the utility company. And I won't go into that as well, but we all know that the solar will continue to offset in the tune of greater than $60 million over the life of the equipment in savings. Go ahead. I'm over time, so you want me to keep going or wrap? Because I've still got Emily.
You can finish. Please finish.
Keep going?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Okay. So the solar production is, as you can see in this here, this graph here at the top, you can see the yellow is what their school is, the district is actually producing versus buying from the grid. So as the system started to come online, we started this project, actual construction in 2021, and by 2024, we are reducing consumption by greater than 90%. We'll also be looking at battery storage, and we do the ongoing solar maintenance and operations. These are all the sites that currently have solar, and these are the 2 remaining sites that are coming now. So any questions for me on the history of why the district decided to make this strategic investment into improving the facilities by leveraging savings?
Any questions?
Yeah, you didn't get to it, but can you go to slide 21?
Oh, she's good. Oh yeah, she's gonna do it.
Oh, she's gonna do it, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. Any questions for my part?
Go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. Here is Emily.
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Emily Sechrist, and I'm the on-site energy manager for MJUSD on behalf of SiteLogic. So I'm just going to talk, I'm going to go real quick about, so another aspect of what we do is energy management. So we track all of the utility bills for all of the school sites. We put them into the energy dashboard, which is available on the district website. You can go on there, you can look at trends over time by site, by school type. You can even look at carbon footprints. There's all kinds of data on there. And then one of the other things we do on-site energy audits. We walk around the schools, rank them all based on their scores, let them know about that. We do energy benchmarking, which is required by the California Energy Commission. There's more details on the slides, but feel free to ask questions at the end. And then last, we do the educational component. So we're actually in the classroom speaking to the students about, we do a lot of STEM-focused stuff, which I know is a big thing here at the district, but we talk about sustainability, energy, as well as careers in engineering, things like that. It's a really great part of the job. And then we do energy conservation flyers, monthly energy manager reports, which summarizes the utility usage for that month, as well as the solar performance, and then the cost savings. And then you might have seen these lights out decals around the district, reminding people to turn off their lights. So that's kind of an overview of the main services that we have done with the district. And now I'm gonna get to the cost and savings, which I know is always a fun topic. And so, I just want to be clear with what we're showing here. The dark blue color is the actual cost that the district has paid to PG&E for the years displayed. We use 2018, 2019 as the baseline year before our services. And then we have the first year where solar was starting to come online. You see that the yellow is showing the avoided cost due to the solar electricity generation, so that helps to cut down on the PG&E utility bill. And then the orange is the non-solar energy savings, so that can be attributed to the energy management, but also the HVAC upgrades, the controls, and the lighting. It's all kind of bundled together. So basically, without all the projects that Jennifer described, the district would be paying the total at the top of the bar and not just that dark blue bar. And so you can see at the bottom there, that's the difference between what the district would have paid in their PG&E bills each year versus what they have paid. And now, we're kind of at an interesting point right now because we've just completed all of the phase 1 solar sites, phase 1 and 2 coming online, which represents, I think, about 90% of the total solar capacity. So the next school year, the savings will be higher. We were only at about 70% capacity this past school year. So projecting into the future with all of the phase 1 and 2 sites online, you're gonna see that the solar savings for this upcoming or this current year is a lot higher. And then going into 25, 26, we have 2 more sites coming online as well. And so you see that the savings continues to grow as more sites come online. We're gonna always have that energy management savings in orange, and we're gonna keep the utility costs low. And then the last thing here is a graph that's showing the cumulative payments for all of these projects, as well as the cumulative savings from 2021 to out to 2026. There's a lot of different numbers. The one here, it's with that that cash flow spreadsheet that we looked at a previous meeting, and I can go into those more in depth. But as you can see here, overall, as Jennifer described, we're seeing a net positive savings here. The savings are always above the payments, and as the payments go into the future, those lines are just going to keep diverging. And yeah, I went really quick, but let me know if you have any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, so now that you brought the slide up,
Yes.
I can actually start in the right order.
Yeah.
If you can go back to one slide back. So in the presentation, and slide 13, we don't have to jump to it, but it said that expect for 23-24, the electricity from solar was 64%. So I'm trying to add up the math and trying to figure out what is our real savings by doing this project. And if you look at the 23-24, it's not a ratio of 64% for the savings, right? So if we're offsetting, if our electricity usage from solar is being offset by 46%, I would expect that we would have 64%. I would expect that we would have 64% of savings for that same year. And we don't have that for the 24-25 year bar graph there. And so what explains the difference on that?
So even with the installation of the solar sites, you still do have to pay some for the solar electricity because the solar is producing in the middle of the day, but the usage is all throughout the day, and there's service fees and things like that. So you're not going to see an exact match of the percentage online, and then the PG&E bill go down exactly that amount. But we can see that the savings for 23-24 match up with about 70% of what is projected when all of the sites were online, and that was supposed to be about 1.4 million. So we're projecting that when all the solar sites are online, that's what they'll all be saving.
So did you say that the 64% for 23-24 was for all of the school site on, or just the ones that were turned on? Because 23-24, I would expect that your answer didn't answer my question, because I would expect that for 23-24, that would mean that the percentage is quite lower, because like you said, we have to pay PG&E for some offset because the prices are different, right?
Yeah.
But I would still expect that graph for 23-24, that solar savings would still be like 40% of the total savings, right?
Can I speak to that? So one of the things that it's really important to understand is the difference between, and I know you do because we've had this conversation, but the difference between offset, production, and cost. So as we look through the year and we are chasing those PG&E escalations, we can't measure cost with output and exactly, because the escalation of cost and the output of production aren't going to match. They're not parallel. They're not going to be in the same bucket. So we can't have an accurate graph that outlays that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So does that mean that, and the question was leading, because does that mean that eventually we will reach parity when our battery storage comes online, right? Because exactly what you're saying, the price of electricity is not on parity because our usage is at different times when we generate the electricity. But if we have storage and we're pushing power back, we will eventually reach closer to parity. We won't get 100% of parity, right? But we will reach closer to parity in terms of cost of generation versus the price of electricity usage. And our savings should be proportional at that point, or close to proportional.
Much closer. And I apologize, I don't know what parity stands for.
Parity means that it's going to be roughly the same, right?
Okay, yes, so more equal.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
got it. Thank you.
because as you were explaining, it's
Yeah.
not going to be the same because
Yeah.
the generation costs and the giving the electricity back to PG&E is going to be quite different.
Exactly. It's so hard to stress how much we are chasing that PG&E rate change not just how they increase their rates consistently, but also how they restructure rates. So it's very hard to have it look like a parity for that. But as we put in the battery storage and you're using your own electricity versus buying it from the grid, that should start to equal out.
And then that means that we would have greater savings.
Correct.
Okay, so if we can flip over to the next page, which is the savings that we're having. If I understand this graph correctly, the orange line is the amount of money that we're invested, and does that include PG&E costs, or is that just the payment for the capital investment?
That's a good.
It does not include the PG&E costs. It includes, so it includes the COP payment, it includes the annual energy management fees and solar O&M fees, and then just the project costs, and then the annual fees for our services. It does not count the PG&E costs because that's something you would have been paying already, and that number is going down. This is, showing what you guys are paying each year versus how much you are saving each year.
Yeah, so that being said, I'm trying to understand then that 1.6, if I wanted to truly understand, right now this breaks even. This is a self-funded program. That's what the statement says in this graph. If I stack the cost of PG&E on top of the orange, that basically is how much it's totally costing us in terms of energy costs for MJUSD then.
Well, I see it differently. I see it as cost avoidance, and you're seeing it in a different way. So I think there's two ways to build that graph, and we could look at both scenarios, but I would look more focused on what your cost avoidance is, and that's what this demonstrates. It's saying, here's your outlay of cost in this investment, and here's what you're avoiding.
I agree. I'm just trying to extrapolate that line out and figure out at what point does we become revenue generating on this project.
You have been revenue generating since year one.
From year one.
Yep.
That can't be right, because on year one it's 2021, and on 2021 our PG&E payment was $2.7 million. So it wasn't.
But it was still less than your debt service with all your other savings.
I agree. But
so think about, try to bundle it all in and look at how much HVAC went in, what the value of that is, how much lighting went in, what the value of that is. So if you want to just look, if you want to unbundle the project and just look at electricity, which is kind of where you're headed, and look at debt service, that's not that graph.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I agree. I'm just trying to figure out at what point does this project basically pays for both the PG&E, the intangible, which is what you brought up, which is all the HVAC improvements, the controls, all of the air quality improvements in our schools, plus even on top of the savings from the solar project, plus when we add the battery project, at what point are we totally on the positive side?
Well, there's several ways to look at that. Because there has been supplemental funding, you are on the positive side and have been. Because there has been other resources that have come into the district through different ways. There's been Prop 39, there's been CalShape, there's been the IRA. So all of those things, when we originally factored in the cash flow analysis, were taken into consideration. So in that sense, the district has already been and continues to be in a cash flow positive situation. There's a lot of different ways that you could break down your different scenarios. We could take out the HVAC, we could take out the lighting, we could take out the HVAC savings, we could take out the lighting savings. So really, what I think would satisfy your question is provide you maybe with the cash flow analysis Excel document, and then you can play with all the different scenarios. But if you're looking at brass tacks, where is the district? The district is cash flow positive.
Okay.
Yeah, if that helps. Yeah, okay.
I'm just happy that we finally got everything turned on.
Yes.
And is there an update on the projects for Cedar Lane and Foothill? Do we have any idea about when we're going to see some progress in that?
Yes, that's excellent. So we're, I think, almost done with the DSA review. So once that goes, then construction starts and we'll get busy. DSA has started to slow down a bit again. We went from like 3-week reviews to 3 to 4 month reviews. So as soon as that gets done, we're good to go.
So what I'm hearing is the project is moving forward.
Yes.
We're waiting for the state to approve it.
Yes. And as far as the battery storage, which we have the letter of agreement for, we're still waiting for the federal government or the state to issue a grant. As you probably know me by now, I like to find money to pay for stuff. So while it does cash flow without that, it would just make it so much better if we were able to have it subsidized with that grant. I'm waiting for it.
I appreciate your efforts to find money for us.
Yes, I like
So
to
thank
find
you
money.
very much.
Yes.
Thank you for a great presentation.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Now we're at 11.1, updates by department. Brian, Administrative Services.
So you've heard it a little bit tonight. We've got a real strong focus on trying to increase our attendance. We went from around 91% to just under 93% of ADA last year. We have a goal this year of 95%. You may have heard it in excuse me, in a couple of the presentations that we're really pushing SART meetings this year. Those are student attendance review teams, and we're really having the schools meet. It's student attendance review teams, and we're really having the schools meet. It's a pre-SARB meeting. Think of it like an SST for attendance for those of you who have been in education. And we're finding that those are really, really valuable. We're pushing it harder this year. We started it at some of the school sites last year. Some were already doing it. We pushed it, but we've got just about every school this year that's really taking SART on strong and having those meetings. And we're already starting to see some benefits. We've got, I know some schools are doing house visits even tomorrow to get out there for those kids. We're only 3 and, we're at the very beginning, the first month of school, but we're already starting to get out there to those kids that we're not seeing enough. They're missing too much of their education, and so we're already trying that. So this year it's a real big push. It's our Commit to 180. There are 180 days the kids can be in school, and we want them there for every single one if we can possibly do it. So that's one of the big pushes that we're doing this year.
Thank you. Any questions for Brian? Business Services, Jennifer?
No update tonight.
Education Services, Amy?
So you see the PD overview for August. August was our professional development month. We had over 250 teachers participating in PD, as well as over 200 paras this year. So it was a great outcome. We had great professional development, and thank you to MUTA for help finding some of our presenters. Our instructional coaches have checked in with all the new teachers. They're working really hard to make sure our new teachers start the year successfully. Our career block party is coming up on October 9th. It'll be down on D Street between 3rd and 4th. This is an opportunity for you to join us between 4 and 6:30 to see some of our CTE classes in action. I encourage you to join us. We're very excited that Loma Rica Preschool will open its doors for the first time tomorrow. So they have kids waiting to come to school tomorrow. They have 2 sessions, both in AM and PM, so they were able to fill up 2 sessions that quickly. And also, I want to do another big shout out to our after-school program. They are currently serving over 1,400 students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Amy? Personnel Services.
All right. Yesterday, Ashley Vetty and I attended the statewide residency technical assistance center is essentially what it's called, but the crux of it is it's our teacher residency program that we've partnered with Chico State. So we attended the training with them down at the Sacramento County Office of Education yesterday. It's presented by CTC, and the board approved that grant that we awarded back in April. And it gives us a lot of insight on how to implement it, create that teacher pipeline, We anticipate having teachers on board through Chico State as early as this January, so we're working hard for that. And again, this is student teachers to help with the statewide teacher shortage. So all in all, it was a good event to attend yesterday with a lot of insight moving forward. Working with the Chico State Grant Writing Department too, I think will be very beneficial to our district as we apply for future grants in this area as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Reeves? Dr. Asrani.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you everybody for being here today. I just want to start off with a big shout out to all our students. So many of you are here today, and especially our student board member. Thank you for being here. This is a very heavy board meeting, so you're processing everything and trying to help each other out with questions. But I'd like to say that I have visited on every site except the North Campus of Lyndhurst. And so I'm kind of excited. I really have to say my heartfelt thanks to every teacher that watches me walk into the classroom and continues to do what you do best. I will tell you honestly, I invite anybody, and I would challenge any school district to come and see what's going on in our schools. I would challenge anybody upright. Every classroom is engaged. Our students are the cutest. I don't know what to say. I think that's what I'm here for. I know that there's a lot of good work happening in schools. There's a lot of work happening because of passion that our teachers bring, that our administrators bring, that our classified bring. We've got leadership growing at every level. Our results, as you saw, is showing it. For a long time, there was questions, are we performing well? Are our schools doing well? Why are test scores so low? And sitting here as a superintendent, I've said it over and over again, that one state test does not define our students. That one state test does not define our teachers. That one state test does not define our schools. Look at our reading score improvement. Look at our kids in CTE. Look at our graduation rates. Look at the awards our school district is winning. This is the third year the California State Board Association has given our school programs a third golden bell. We've got one already in the running for a finalist. We'll know next week, and that would be the after-school program. Hundreds of employees doing what is necessary to support our children from about 7 in the morning to 6 at night. And we do it tirelessly for this community. We do it tirelessly for the children we serve. And no matter the anger and the angst that I face sitting here from our teachers, the truth is I have nothing but admiration for them. I have nothing but humble acceptance of that criticism and keep working even harder and smarter today for the children we have chosen to serve. Every single one of our students, and that's what equity is about. Every child in every way that we can meet their needs. So as long as I'm superintendent here, every child will get what they deserve. Every teacher, we will support you. And thank you for continuing to criticize me and for putting me in the hot seat. This is where the buck stops, and I know I have to do better every single day that I'm here. I'm getting old, as all of you know. I am an old woman, so I do this because there's a passion here, and I know that it's not perfect, but I'll try to do the best I can. So I want to thank each of you for your patience with us, for parents for coming out today and speaking your mind, for our students getting the chance, I hope, to listen and also be able to speak your mind. That's what this is all about. We are a great district. We are a wonderful district, and there's so much good happening at every level. Sometimes we only hear the negatives, but I want to give a shout out again to our students, to our staff, to our facility staff. After 50 years, we got the track done at Lyndhurst. It took us 50 years to get it done, but it's done now. It's taken us, I don't know how many years to get the track done at Marysville. Over 70 years to get Covalot done, and Covalot teachers who are in the audience, I am so proud of you. You guys move so quickly, and there's a particular teacher, I won't take her name, she keeps saying, Fall, come to my class, I haven't unpacked yet. And I'm like, it's okay, enjoy your classes. Same with Foothill, the excitement of the students. And I had somebody say to me the other day, dang, I wish we had voted for the bond, we would have got that gym. And I'm like, don't worry, you'll get your chance again. So all I can say is, please love our children. And what our teachers are saying, what they're asking for is very genuine. We're going to continue to work with them, but please support our children in every way you can. Keep it positive, keep the negativity off the press, And please, let's do what's right to make a very productive and a positive environment for the health and wellness of everybody here. Thank you so much. We appreciate being able to serve you.
Thank you. Any questions for the superintendent? Now we're moving to 12.1, approval of the minutes for the August 13th, 2024 regular board meeting and the August 23rd, 2024 special board meeting. Are there any corrections or additions to either one of those sets of minutes? If not, do I hear a motion? Motion approved by Gary Criddle. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Yang. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes. Now we're into the consent of the 12.2, approve the consent agenda items. We have one comment from Angela Stiegel for 19.1. I think that's for the new business.
That's what I was.
You can go ahead.
Well, actually, I'll come back, but I do just have to kind of lighten things up just a second since I'm here. It was interesting that when you said that, I was like, ooh, what was I going to talk about? So, hey.
I'm trying to get through this agenda. Are there any items in the consent agenda that any of the board would like to have further discussion? Yes.
I would like to pull 16.4, please.
Sorry?
16.4, please.
Yeah, I agree with Gary. And I would like to also have 17.2, which is support Prop 2.
We'll take Gary first.
Yep.
Okay. Gary?
I agree with the 16.4 with you, and then 17.2, which is the resolutions to support Prop 2, which is the California school bond.
Okay, just want to clarify. Yeah, 16.4 is certificated employment. Just looking at the list, I have a lot of reading to do throughout the week. There's so much reading to this position. Sometimes you just kind of skim over and glance at it, and this one got by me. I see two positions there for the district office. In full transparency, I don't know who these people are, but I am personally reluctant to add on any more positions in the district office. But earlier there was a presentation, since our schools are CSI and ATSI, I believe one of these positions is to help address that. So Jordan, if you wouldn't mind, just kind of talk me through the process of why do we need this position in the district office?
So just for clarification, there's two at the district office that you see?
Yeah, the first one is a literary coach. The other one is a nurse.
And that's in ed service. The district nurse we absolutely need. We've had 4 district nurses in the past. We're currently down to 2. This would bring a third nurse, RN registered nurse to the district, which is badly needed. It's also budgeted for 4 nurses. So when it says the district office, they're not actually at the district office. They're at the sites, broken down into various regions. So our nurses right now, the 2 we have, are unbelievably overwhelmed, overworked. I can go on and on. They're taxed with IEPs that they attend. I mean, the list goes on and on. So I highly recommend that that nurse be up for consideration, and we're in the process of hiring a 4th nurse as well. With regards to the literacy coach, Amy spoke to that. I would say that need would come out of Ed Services department, so I could let Amy speak to that more than I could.
As you know, we are a district and direct technical assistance. We have great need in supporting our K-3 literacy. Also within the literacy grant, we've identified our K-3 literacy strategic plan, we identified a need for coaching for our teachers. These positions are used to help strengthen our instructional practices, as well as support our new students, or our new teachers for our youngest students. The foundational reading skills are critical. Kids need to learn how to read. By the time they hit third grade, if they're not reading, they are not comprehending. They are at a loss, and their gaps just get wider and wider and wider as they go up in the grade level. We can't afford not to support our students at the K-3 level.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and I'm not arguing against literacy. That's critical. You have to have literacy in pretty much every subject. Additionally, another thought, I hold a multiple subject credential, but I can't teach in high school. I'm not aware of any ruling. I'm not an expert on credentialing, but how does a person with a single subject allowed to go to a multiple subject setting? How does that work?
The coaching is not a credential specific. When you're in a classroom with a multiple subject, you're teaching your lower grade levels. Single subject is teaching upper grade levels. These positions aren't teaching students, they're supporting staff. In terms of this position, the teacher that we're hiring from outside the district has spent the last several years doing nothing but literacy with the lower grades. She's actually very skilled. When the interview question happened, she actually answered the questions we weren't expecting her to answer. She has great knowledge and skills at the lower levels, even though her subject is a single subject English.
Thank you. I would like to hear Muta's position on this.
So good evening, Angela Stiegel from Marysville Unified Teachers again. The position that Muta has is the same position I had when we were up here earlier. I am not discussing, disputing, bringing into any sort of equation here the qualifications of whoever this person is. That's not the issue. The issue is that no matter how qualified that person is, and no matter what literacy plan or policy or anything else that the district comes up with, I have contract language, and I have the contract language right in front of me, and it is not exactly what was told to the district earlier. I also know that some of the positions that are on EdJoin, this person actually could fill, but on top of that, a bunch of the teachers that are teaching 6th, 5th, those 20% positions are supposed to be posted, and they're not, and at least 2 of those are ELA positions. Additionally, I don't think that the board is necessarily being given all the information either, that this is already in addition to the coaches the district already has, which are violating my contract language. And so now we're talking about adding another one to, like, are we just gonna compound the problem? Are we gonna see how many unfair labor practice charges I can file on one issue? Like, I'm trying really hard. Like, I brought this forward to the district before this ever even showed up on an agenda and said, you can't hire any more coaches. You already have a problem. You're already violating our contract. And then lo and behold, here it shows up on an agenda. I'm at a loss.
Thank you.
Wait,
Mr. President, I'm going to go ahead and step out on a limb here and make a motion to table this item.
Can I make a clarification before you do that?
You may.
Okay, the contract language purpose is actually for our students, because if this person is terribly qualified, then they should be teaching students that don't have a teacher right now, or have a substitute, or have someone who doesn't have their credential. And the same with the other coaches. They are certificated teachers who are coaching adults. And the adults are saying, we need aides in our classroom more than we need coaches. Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification. I'm just trying to do the right thing here. If we're not following procedures properly and things aren't being checked off, I certainly don't want another violation. So if we need to table this to revisit this and work out the issues.
I just, if that's okay, I have a little more clarification here because I'm a little confused. Can you tell me 2 things? Who supervises these coaches?
have to give it a second. Okay. The coaches are supervised by Lori Guy.
I'm sorry, by whom?
Lori Guy, the
Lori Guy.
director.
And how many coaches do we have currently?
4.
4 coaches. And who exactly are they seeing, and how is that, I mean, what does that look like?
We have, the position we're talking about is a K-3 specialist. We also have for language arts, that is 4 through 12, but she spends most of her time in the upper middle grade or upper elementary. We have a K-6 math coach, and then a science coach for K-12.
I have one more question, and it's for Angela Stiegel. Angela? Is it the consensus of the teachers that are they getting a benefit from the coaches or not?
Boy. You know, I'm sure that somewhere in the district we have folks who are saying that they're garnering a benefit from it. However, the teachers' consensus and the teachers' union consensus is that our students will receive more benefit from having teachers in the classrooms. And that's exactly why we wrote this language. Like our shirts that say, you know, our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. That's exactly why we had this language put in, is because especially in this era of a teacher shortage, we wanted to make sure that students in classrooms were first. And so we have all kinds of professional development, professional learning going on in the district. So it's not like we have a total lack of. We have a professional development collaborative that works with the district on that to make sure our teachers are getting what our teachers are asking for. And so at this point in time, in addition to it being a contract violation and those sorts of things, the much bigger issue, as Erica said, and as the bargaining team has put forward, and we're the ones that brought this language forward when we had negotiations, is the more important thing, what outweighs any minimal benefit or even some average benefit, is what outweighs that are the needs of our students.
You as the leader of the union, are you hearing information back from your constituents that they're getting the benefits from the coaching? Are they being seen? Is there issues or complaints? Or that doesn't seem like a lot of, I'm trying to figure out for dollars and cents that this actually makes sense. So are there any issues that we're not being seen or they're not showing up?
No, what I hear back and what the union hears back, even from our rep council and our exec board, is that it is very spotty as to where you will find people who will say, yeah, you know, I've seen such and such coach, or the coach came out. I think that probably has something to do with the fact that we have 25 sites in the district. We've got a lot of elementary schools in the district. We've got a lot of K-12, TK through 12 grade schools in the district. But at this point in time, you would have to have a lot more coaches. There are 540 some odd teachers in this district. We hired at least, I would have to say probably at least 60 or 70 new people this year. And so the idea that 4 coaches are going to be able to do a whole lot about that and address all of those needs, it's just not even educationally sound. The numbers don't even make sense. As Dr. Yang would point out, the numbers don't even make sense. And so for me, where we get a bigger bang for our buck is in our professional development and our professional learning. That's where we're going to get more bang for our buck, especially considering we have in lieu of within our contract language. So whether it's new teachers, veteran teachers, whether it's TK or 12th grade AP, you know, we have the ability within that structure for our teachers to get the professional development, professional learning they need. We also have our collaboration time for teachers to be able to learn from each other as well through that. That's where a lot of our new teachers, and whether they're new to the profession or new to MJUSD, that's where a lot of them report back to me that that's where they're really getting a lot of the help that they need, the sounding board. Plus we now have various mentor programs within the district also. So, I mean, I think most of those needs are being met somewhere else, especially when you're talking about the fact that we have a need for having teachers in classrooms. Our students have that need. And that, to me, comes well above any sort of teacher benefit that there may be from the coaches or adding additional coaches, and regardless of whether it was written into a plan or not.
Okay, thank you for your input. I don't know if you can answer this, Amy, or if it's Jen. What's the fiscal impact of that position?
It doesn't say. No.
Well, I could speak to the fact that we have a couple of positions written in the LCAP. We also have some of the positions being paid out of educator effectiveness, which is where it's written. And we also have positions from the CCSPP grant.
Okay, they're grant funded. I was just curious on because the salaries are publicly known. I just wanted to get in a ballpark with benefits.
I'm not quite sure how we would be getting any of these salaries out of the community schools grants, considering we had these positions before we had those grants. It also sets up a really dangerous kind of idea of things fiscally when you're talking about salaries coming out of grants. Have we learned nothing at this point in time?
That's not where I was going with this. I was looking at it from a different lens, but you have a good point.
We did write in coaching in the CCSPP grant, the very first round of, so that was there. May I ask if we could call Lori Guy up to talk about some of the feedback?
Yeah, absolutely.
We do surveys of all of our teachers.
Yeah, I mean, we need more information to make a better decision for the whole. Thank you all for all your input. I will still reiterate the fact
that regardless of what anybody else has to say, and I know Lori's going to come up and speak. I'm not in control of that, not trying to pretend to be. But I will still reiterate the fact that that does not supersede our contract language, nor does it supersede the needs that our students have and why we have the language that we do.
Thank you. Angela, if I could ask you, correct me if I'm wrong. I've spoken with one of the coaches, and according to them, for lack of a better term, they basically have to sell their services to the teacher. Is there no scheduled intervention based on performance with a coach in the classroom?
No, not that I know of. For me, it kind of seems like part of the issue, I think, with the coaching situation also is that the union hasn't even been included in the needs for the coaches or, what our teachers need within that. And so I think, yet again, we have a gap between there not being a real actual needs assessment or a needs analysis, especially one that includes input from the teachers. This is exactly why so many of the grants say that the teachers union should be included in that. And so, but we're not. And so I think that's where some of the problem comes from too, is you may very well have teachers that are saying, here are the needs I have, but the coach isn't meeting them, not because the coach isn't doing his or her job or isn't qualified or anything else. It's because we're hiring coaches and coming up with positions before we really know exactly what it is that our teachers need, or therefore even what our students need within that. There's just a continual gap. That's what happens when you don't ask teachers what they need or what they want.
Lori, do you have a figure for us? A ballpark would be fine.
Figure what on the teachers? The teachers, so they are surveyed. There's a menu that goes out, and the teachers select services that they would like from the coaches. All of the ratings that we've been getting back are extremely positive, that they feel helped, they feel supported. The coaches helped them with what they want. Some of them, the coach comes in, does a demo lesson, and they're done. And they're like, that's what I needed. Some of them, the coaches have been spending a lot of time in August. I wish I had Amy's slide up there right now. But we had a bunch of numbers from in there. They've made contact with all of the new teachers. They provided training for new teachers. They're going into the classrooms. They're helping them get resources. Some of the teachers have needed help getting access to the online curriculum and support, especially the new ones. They are in the classroom supporting the long-term subs that are in the positions. Was there some, oh, thank you. So we didn't read out all the numbers, we just highlighted a few, but they've done 33 site visits, which obviously they're getting more than one site. We haven't had that much time. This is just August numbers. They've provided 36 hours of class coverage. So we do have a coach that is currently fulfilling a sub-role, and they've covered for different teachers for different reasons. They've presented at 4 different site meetings so far. They have a bench scheduled this month. They've done 107 class visits. They've prepared resources and materials for 12 teachers. They've provided 50 hours of substitute support. They've offered 9 professional development sessions, and they've attended 10 professional development sessions with them all together. They have 123 contacts in August with new teachers. So they are out there supporting the new teachers. Some of the facts on the coaches that we have is that 2 of our coaches were hired from outside the district and were in non-classroom assignments prior to being hired. One previously was an instructional coach, and those were, she was hired last year. These positions are not new positions, just so you know. They've been existing positions, and we've had a hard time filling them. One of the coaches was in the process of leaving our district for a position in another district, and we were able to keep that coach in the district with a coaching position. The final coach was hired for a specific need that the district had for one course, and then made it a full FTE by adding the coaching services. 3 of 4 of the 4 coaches would not have applied for a classroom teaching position, so they wouldn't have gone into one of our classroom teaching assignments.
So thank you for that. So dollar amount, fiscal impact?
Doug, it's probably between 120,000 and 150,000, depending where they are with benefits.
Thank you.
On the salary schedule.
They're on the teacher salary schedule.
I'd like to move on with Dr. Chang.
Jordan, I just want to get clarification on the language on the coaches. If I understand Angela correctly, is it correct that if we have a shortage in the classroom, the language in the MUTA contract is that those teachers retreat back into teaching position?
I don't know if necessarily they retreat back into teaching positions. It talks about the hiring, but I'm not going to dispute what Angela said, but it's about filling the positions need to be filled prior to hiring coaches.
So the language is about hiring new coaches, not about retreating the existing coaches back? Or is the language about if there's a classroom shortage, then the coach comes in knowing that they will retreat back into the classroom if there is a shortage in the classroom? I want to clarify the technical wording on it because nobody's
Angela's going to have that in front of her. She's going to have it in her hand. I'd ask her.
Angela, you want to clarify that? Because nobody's answering that question, right? Because if the rule is that these coaches have to retreat back to the classroom, then why are we not retreating these teachers back in the classroom, and why are we maintaining them as coaches, even if regardless of the discussion of the effectiveness of the coach?
Interestingly enough, that's exactly the question that the MUTA president and the grievance co-chair has been asking. Because I have contract language right in front of me. It is some of the newest contract language we have, and it does deal with exactly that. We had this situation last year even with one of our own teachers who wanted to come out of the classroom and be a literacy coach on her site. And unfortunately, we could not fill her position before school started, her classroom position. So 2 days before school started, she was back in the classroom. And that's how that works. And whether it's inside the district, outside the district, I mean, the language is pretty simple and pretty clear.
So if that's the language and it's straightforward and clear, then if we hire this individual, and I'm just trying to understand whether we should table this motion, this specific individual or not, the position itself, if we hired that person, doesn't that just automatically send this person into the classroom?
Well, it would supposed to, but I could tell you the other thing that'll automatically happen. Before I go to bed tonight, there will be another grievance at the district office.
I'd like to finish up this. Do we want to table this position?
I would actually, since it's my motion, I would actually like to resubmit my motion to say let's exempt the literacy coach position and approve the remainder of this item?
Yeah, remove just the, that's why, remove just the literacy coach, right?
Correct. Remove the literacy coach position from this item and approve all the other assignments, because I know there's people out there waiting to hear that.
I'd like the second trustee Curl's motion.
All those, we're tabling that position.
Just that position, yeah.
Just that position.
Yes.
But if we have a chance to hire someone who's well-qualified, well-experienced, we're losing the chance to hire someone wonderful, because they're going to move on and get a different job someplace else.
My concern right now is that there is some sort of language violation with the contract, and that does not seem to be clear-cut to me at this moment in time.
And it doesn't stop this person from taking a teaching position and then going back to coaching. That's why I asked the specific question. If the language is that if there is shortage in the classroom, the coaches must retreat back, then the coaches must retreat back. That's the deal that's at hand. So there's no question about that. That's why I asked Jordan to confirm that, right? Because I need two parties to say, yes, that is the agreed language. And if that is
Angela has it in front of her. I can't confirm that they would retreat back to the classroom, but I can confirm that coaching positions should not be filled if there's vacancies, and that's in the
okay. So then there's nothing stopping from us from hiring an exceptional coach who is also a credentialed teacher to go inside the classroom, because that is how we function at MJUSD, right? And have that teacher become a coach later on once all the positions are filled.
Dr. Yang, can I make a clarification here? The coaches we're talking about here are people hired from outside the district, am I correct? They were hired to be a coach. Either we have them as a coach or they leave our district. That's all there is to know. They did not get an employment here to be a teacher, because we had teacher openings already. We also had coach openings. So Ms. Hasty is correct. We hired a highly qualified literacy coach to meet the needs of our teachers in K-3, to support our teachers, support our kids. Now, there is no understanding that that person will go back into the classroom. The retreat language could be, and Angela, correct me, if we hire a teacher who is sitting in our school right now and they become a coach, we do not bring them up to the district till their position is filled. That's the interpretation that we have made to this language, and we might be wrong, because it could be past practice or what have you, so I'll give you that. But the language talks about retreat. Retreat is when somebody progresses and goes back. It doesn't talk about a new hire cannot retreat. They only came to a new position. So either we reassign them, which will be the language, or we don't hire them. So now we are in a dilemma that we have qualified people for open coaching positions that we have hired that had no intention of being a teacher. So either, to Ms. Hasty's point, she departs our district and we keep the coaching position empty. That's the only option we'll have.
And that's exactly been the problem. The coaching position shouldn't even be open. They shouldn't even be on EdJoin, and that's what we've told the district for years now. Ever since this contract language in particular was put together, we have told the district the coaching position shouldn't even be online. They shouldn't even be on EdJoin. And so just one part of this to try to make real clear, on a yearly basis, elementary teachers on special assignment positions will only assume TOSA duties provided every elementary classroom teaching assignment is filled with a properly credentialed, certificated teacher at the beginning of the school year. That hasn't happened. So why are you trying to hire these people? And why are we continuing to do this? And I don't know how much clearer the union can be. I mean, we keep coming up with contract language, we keep negotiating in good faith with the district, and then it appears from this that the district continues to sit at the bargaining table and bargain with us in bad faith. You guys just bargained this language with us a year and a half or so ago, 2 years ago. 2 years ago we bargained this language, and the district has been violating it since. And we have made it known to the district. It got worse this year, and now we're just fed up. Like, I don't know how much clearer we can be on this. And I understand Mrs. Hasty's position that, well, we'll lose an amazing coach. Well, you're losing an amazing union too. If you hadn't noticed, you've got 540 teachers here that are just as amazing as anybody else. And I would venture to say even more so. And so I don't understand how it is that you can have contract language this black and white, this clear cut, and we're still going to sit here and waste an hour of our lives trying to figure this out. I have high school students that could read this and figure this out in about 0.5 seconds. I don't understand why we're doing this.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table.
Can I
just want to say, so when I submitted this to personnel, what was explained to me was the only reason this one was approved, we actually have another one that's still pending because that teacher has an elementary credential. That one is still pending. But what was explained to me was that because she has a secondary English credential and we don't have any open secondary English positions. Okay, and then also I want to also point out that I understand there's some contract stuff that needs to be worked out, but we have invested a huge amount of money into the literacy program, and if we don't have the coaches to follow it up, then we won't be able to sustain the knowledge from professional development. We all know that professional development, when it's done once, is what we need to follow up.
We have a motion. We have a motion. Please, we're trying to get through the motion. We have a motion has been made by Gary Criddle, seconded by Dr. Yang, that we table this position. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. 1 no. So it's 6 to 1, and the measure carries. So now we go back to the approval of the consent agenda item.
I still want to discuss 17.2.
Which one?
17.2.
Which one?
17.2. So at 17.2, we have on our agenda item is to have resolution to support Proposition 2.
Right.
And so I just wanted clarification from Jennifer, since this is coming out of business services. The problem with all California school bond and not the local school bond, because when you talk about local school bonds, the funding goes directly to the school district, right? And we are the material benefit of those school bonds. The challenge with most California school bond, and it applies to Prop 2, is that it benefits materially only the rich school districts, right? Because they're the ones that can pass a local bond to do the local match. Now, supporting Prop 2 means that's an increase in taxes for us, but are we going to benefit from it at all since we don't have any bonds in order to get a local match?
Yes, because we've used our ESSER funds to build Covalot and Foothill modernization. Those qualify. We apply to the state for more facility funding. We've also have some other things in the pipeline. We did a project at McKinney. We have the Linda Elementary that we're hopefully receiving money for soon. That was several years back. It does take time, but that's what I'm working on with our consultants that we're consistently applying. As we're spending our own money, I'm applying for state facilities funding. And I'm also trying to work on financial hardship facility funding for a middle school in Linda. So yes, it does benefit us, although it would be great. We do need to pass a bond because we know our facility needs are a lot larger than that, but yes, it will.
But what's the odd of the financial hardship for us for a middle school, given that the last bond that got passed, the money ran out in months?
Right, and we have bonds out there that the taxpayers are currently paying on. We have COP payments. We also have growth in our county and our district, and so we qualify for that financial hardship piece because we have more debt out there and we have not passed a bond the last 2 times. So we check the boxes in many places to apply for financial hardship. There's a lot of hoops to go through, which I'm working on right now to get CDE approval.
Any other questions? So we have the approval of the consent agenda items. Do I hear a motion? Motion approved by Gary Criddle. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Hasty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes. So here we are, back to 19.1. It passes. Does Ms. Stegall want to speak to this? It's accept the Certified Wellness Coach Employee Support Grant.
I believe that it looked like somebody was supposed to be giving some sort of presentation on that. And so if I could make my comments after that, because I think I'll have a couple of questions based on that.
Oh, sorry, we are expecting a wellness presentation. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Tony Perez, the Director of Health and Wellness, and presentation's about to start.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Davis, Superintendent Dr. Azrani, members of the board, and the MJUSD community. My name is Tony Perez, and I am the Director of Health and Wellness, and I am here tonight to give you a wellness update. Give you a few moments here to read our Wellness of Students vision statement before we proceed. These no doubt are familiar to you. Our community pledge, Say Something, Do Something, signed and supported by Congressman LaMalfa, Assemblyman Gallagher, Yuba County supervisors, Marysville city leaders, community partners, and the MJUSD board. In addition, our How Are the Children posters distributed throughout the community in schools and businesses with a QR code linking to our website and resources available to support both in and outside of the school district. Quick snapshot of my health and wellness department team: nurses and health aides, wellness paras, social worker, and of course, the Toothmobile. Here's an overview of some current health and wellness current actions. I support both directly and indirectly through the wellness staff, health staff, across all 24 sites, helping the wellness centers function, helping admin or teachers when they need support, a variety of different meetings, classroom visits and observations, of course, district-wide health initiatives, immunizations, attendance improvement, data collection for PBIS Tier 2 and 3 services, and partnering with other departments to support initiatives such as parent university workshops and helping find providers for student wellness assemblies. Very proud of this, the introduction of a school social worker to the supports that we offer directly to our students, providing clinical services, supervising interns. They've been instrumental in developing best practices for how we run school-based clinical settings. We meet ongoing basis to refine those practices, and they're eligible for Medi-Cal reimbursements. I'd like to take a look now at some wellness center data. These are student visits to the wellness centers along with the indicated reason for the visit. As you can see, usage varied greatly by site. Some sites had to delay the hiring of their para. They were looking for the right candidate. Other sites had to use their paras outside of the direct wellness function at times. And others found great success right from the start by plugging their paras into existing PBIS interventions. Very proud of the efforts our schools made last year. And now this year, we see tremendous growth. Some of the schools have already surpassed their numbers from last year. Others are on track to greatly increase the number of student visits by the end of the school year. And we see the similar breakdown of the reasons for the wellness visits year over year, almost 86% were for check-in, check-outs, and conflicts with peers and staff. Also, very excited to share that we were awarded a $2.5 million grant from the state of California as part of the overall Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative to develop a certified wellness coach program. This is something that is going to be available to our wellness paras and outreach consultants, among potentially others. Will help us with the Medi-Cal reimbursements, enhancing the ability of our staff to provide supports to students initially so that we can reduce the number of students needing a higher level of care. Very excited about this, looking forward to putting this into play. And finally, I'd like to close with this testimonial. Very proud of this. It's from a amazing teacher at L Elementary, Miss Cuevas, second grade teacher, who reached out to Dr. Azrani on one of her walkthroughs through the campus, looking for some help, looking for some support with a student in need, who's going through a lot. And Dr. Azrani put me in touch with Ms. Cuevas. I came out, I met with her, met with a student, did some observations, and then started speaking with him on a fairly regular basis for about a 6-week period. And at the end of that, he was a new student. He felt heard and validated, and we talked about some strategies on how to manage the feelings that we were feeling. And best of all was the smile when I came through towards the end of the school year. We hadn't seen each other in a bit, and he was getting his work done, and he was engaging properly with the class, and he was proud, and it was across his face. And it was amazing, and it's those moments that are the why. They're my why. I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much for listening, watching, letting me update you on our wellness progress. If you ever need to get a hold of myself or Erica, my amazing secretary, please let us know. Reach out, email, phone call. We're here to help. Thank you, and have a great night.
The one question I have for you, and there might be other questions from the board, is the whole business of suicide prevention. We hear almost daily about that challenge with our young people. And in this program, is there some modular or some section of your program that deals with suicide prevention?
Yes, on a number of fronts. Individual school sites have suicide prevention awareness activities going on. And additionally, the state of California has released a couple of different platforms aimed at different age ranges. So there's 0 to 14 and then 14 and up that we are going to push out to families that provide self-directed education and information gathering, as well as forums and guided mentoring. It's on a subclinical level, so students can access it as they need. And then the wellness centers at each site also provide a opportunity for the students when they are having questions, feeling those feelings, to have somebody they can talk to who's received training above and beyond the mandatory as far as how to address those, and if need be, make referrals, risk assessments, etc.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Perez?
Can I just make a comment about Marysville High School? Could you please talk about last year at this time, students in Marysville High were so upset we could not fund the Wellness Hub. Tell us what you've been able to do this year.
Yeah, so a year ago, I met with, well, little under a year ago, because tomorrow is my anniversary. Students at Marysville High were very vocal about wanting services, wanting supports. They were adamant that they were needed. What was in place had a backlog, dozens and dozens of students on a waiting list, often months at a time. And we said, we're gonna make it happen. We're gonna get it done. We tried to do it through the partnership similar at Lyndhurst. It wasn't gonna work out, so we said, let's find a way to do it ourselves, and we did. We created the position, we've got it started. They're placed at Marysville High School, so they've got a school social worker there. They've got their wellness para as well. And those students were some of the first to experience the change this year. They're gonna help out with getting the word out, increase the visibility of the center, and get students more involved, more aware, and taking opportunity to access that support.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Angela?
So this should be much shorter than last time, I promise. Couple of quick things. One, I'm wondering, since I noticed that the wellness director's salary is going to be part of this grant, so, well, I tell you, it's interesting how we could just keep finding grants to keep funding that position. We can't find anything to fund teachers. Interesting. So I'm just wondering if anybody can tell me whether or not the wellness director is also going to be a certified wellness coach, since his salary is coming out of this grant, I would assume, but anybody want to answer?
So the way this grant worked is a little bit different than other grants that we've had in the past. This is actually a reimbursement grant. So we're putting all the money out up front to pay for it. In essence, it's our employees that we've already got. This isn't new positions. It's employees we've already got that qualified through either their AA degree or their BA degree to become either a certified coach 1 or 2. It's classified staff. I already had a conversation with OSA from OE3 to let them know that we've already identified a bunch of our outreach consultants. Part of this grant pays reimbursement per person that's in the grant for supervision during this time. And so for this year, it's going to be reimbursement. It's not where his salary comes out right away, but because he's supervising the people and that are all eligible for it, the district will get reimbursement for a large portion of that.
I'm just telling you what's in the grant that was online and the information that's on there, which is that a large chunk of the wellness director's salary is going to be reimbursed to the district. And so my question still stands, is the wellness director going to receive this certification so that he or she will also be a certified wellness coach? It's a simple...
Yes, no. The director will not come out of this as a certified wellness coach.
I don't quite understand how we can have a certified wellness coach grant and we're going to use funds from it to reimburse the district for a salary for somebody who's not going to be trained in that. So there's food for thought, but since I don't want to take all night either, which we already have, the community pledge that was mentioned at the beginning, that it was stated that we should all know and recognize it. It's the pledge that's up there. It's all over the place. I hope that the voiceover, and that was referring to, hopefully the board recognizes it, because none of your labor organizations would, because we were never included in it.
Thank you. So we have this motion to accept the grant. Do I have a motion? Motion to approve by Mr. Steeman. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Yang. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Now we're at 22.1, presentation review and approve of the 2023-24 unaudited actuals financial report. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Fellow trustees, Dr. Asrani, cabinet, it's my pleasure tonight to present to you our 23-24 unaudited actuals. Basically, we've closed the books on 23-24, and I'm going to summarize where we estimated we would land and where we actually landed, and that impact that it has on our fund balance.
Thank you.
So this is the budget cycle. You see it every time I'm up here. It shows where we're at. We're in September, looking at the unaudited actuals for 23-24. We'll come back in December with the 24-25 first interim financial report. And we'll continue on to January, where we'll hear about the 25-26 proposal for budget proposal from the governor, and we'll continue on, and we'll be back up here looking at the same cycle. Tonight, I'm going to go over our unaudited actuals compared to our estimated actuals. We'll look at the unrestricted general fund, and then we'll look at the combined amounts with unrestricted and restricted funds. We'll look at our total ending balance. We'll look at the difference from estimated actuals to unaudited actuals, the components of that fund balance, and I did GAN limits on there, but I did take that out, and then next steps. So this is an overview of our revenues. In the column A, we estimated our actuals of total revenues to be $134 million. We ended up at $137 million, which is about a $3 million increase. That was a difference of, we had an increase in our local revenue based on interest earned, and then also a bus reimbursement grants from prior years. We received those funds. We did have a slight decrease in LCFF from a prior year adjustment. These are our unrestricted funds. As a reminder, that's the operations of the district, not our grants and categorical dollars. Here's a pie graph that shows that LCFF is the majority of our revenue that we bring in to run the district. We're going to look at a comparison between our expenditures. We estimated that we would spend around $152.8 million. We closed the books at $141.7 million. That's an $11 million saving for expenditure budget that wasn't spent. Some of that, most of it, 8.2 of it, is in our capital outlay. That was due to projects that we started that moved into the next fiscal year, 24-25. So we will see that savings, but then we're going to put it back into the budget for 24-25 to complete paying for those projects. We also had a increase in our other outgo for our special education expenses, and we did a capital outlay transfer for the Marysville High School track to our Fund 40, our capital outlay, and I'll go into that more on another slide. This is a slide that pretty much summarized what I just said. We had 5.1 salary and benefits decrease in expenditures because we were able to use our ESSER 3 funds that expire at the end of this month to offset our home to school transportation salary and benefits, which was a great savings to our general fund. We had a 4.7 savings in our books and supplies. That was due to some utilities and insurance savings, carryover for sites that they plan to spend this year, and then of course the transportation from our ESSER 3 funds. I talked about the 8.2 and the 6.8 increase. And here's a pie graph that shows where all of our expenditures, the percentage of it. You can see salaries and benefits are the majority of our expenditures. We're people business. We're here to serve students. So that's as expected. So now we're going to look at it combined. So if you take our unrestricted and our restricted dollars, you can see we estimated about $216 million in revenues. We ended up at 212. That was a decrease of about 3.8. That was due to some carryover, some unearned revenue with the COVID relief funds. We had a decrease in our state revenue and local revenue. Most of that is with our restricted dollars, the carryover. It's considered unearned revenue. So it decreases our revenue, but it also decreases our expenditures. So as you can see, again, combined, our unrestricted and restricted, LCFF is still our main revenue source. And then here's a comparison of our expenditures. We estimated spending $250.8 million. We spent $206 million with a $44 million savings. As with the unrestricted dollars, most of that is in capital outlay. That would be our Covalad project and our foothill modernization that we're using ESSER funds, which are restricted. So here is another summary of where our savings is in our books and supplies, again, as I said earlier, capital outlay, and then our other outgo. We did transfer the track dollars to our capital outlay account to make it easier for cleaner when we're reporting. It belongs in there. And here is a pie chart of our combined expenditures. Again, our salary and benefits are the majority of our costs. So what does that mean for our total general fund balance? So if you take our total revenues and you decrease it by our expenditures, you can see that we estimated spending 34.8 deficit, more in expenditures than in revenues. A lot of that is capital outlay again. We ended up closing the books with a 5.7 increase. And then you can see the impact on our fund balance. We started the year at 87.6 million. There's an extra decimal number in there that didn't get caught. And we ended closing our fund balance at 93.3 million. And again, I'd like to just remind you that a lot of that will be moved back up this year in the 24-25, but we did have savings with those ESSER dollars. So that was a great use of those ESSER monies. So what explains that variance? As I said earlier, 14.2 and unrestricted was a carryover for our supplemental and concentration dollars. We also used some ESSER money to pay for some of those items. We had one-time projects that were yet to be completed in this fiscal year. Our track, site discretionary lottery savings that will be carried over for our sites this year. The transportation expenditures, state and local revenue increase, and also we had a decrease in our prior year LCFF. In our restricted, we had a savings of about 26.4. Title I and COVID relief unearned revenue made up about 4.7 million of that, and then our one-time projects yet to be completed, which is, as I said earlier, Covalad and Foothill, 18.2, and then we have some carryover funds of 3.5 in various grants and categorical dollars. So here's just a summary of that. You can see what makes up our fund balance. We have revolving cash, our stores inventory, our restricted balances, economic uncertainty set aside. We have committed safety and technology of 2 million, and then other assignments. So what's coming up next is our first interim financial report in December. And then in January, we'll hear what the governor proposes for the 25-26 year. And we'll come back in March with the second interim for 25-26. I just want to thank Cindy Helms and her team again for all their hard work this year, closing the books. And thank the board and Superintendent Osrani for your support. And I'll take any questions or discussions.
Thank you, Jennifer. If I'm trying to understand, when you say we have a 40.5 million variance, does that mean we have more money?
It means that much more, yes. Yes, we dropped 40.5 million down to our savings account. Some of that, a lot of that, are for capital projects that we will spend in 24-25. We didn't finish the project, so that money drops down, and then we budget it back up. So it does make our fund balance higher when we close the books.
So when are we expecting for those projects to be closed out?
Well, they're closing out now. Covalad is about 90. We're doing the ribbon cutting the end of this month. The hard court's done, the parking lot's done, so they're still wrapping up. So then you have some, about 90 days. It takes a little while to finally close them out, but it'll be in the 24-25 school year.
So if I'm understanding, if about half of this is already obligated, we're looking at something in the neighborhood of 20 million surplus.
I would say it'd probably be a little lower. We'll know at first interim. When I come back here in December, we'll have everything cleaned up in budget. We'll have all those dollars back up and we'll see where that, a lot of it was the ESSER funding.
Yeah. Are there any other questions for Jennifer? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, also this is an action item to approve.
Yeah, it's an action item. So do I hear a motion? Motion approved by Mr. Steeman. Is there a second? Dr. Yang seconds it. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Now we're into the public comments. And we have two sections. We have one that deals with
5-minute break so I can use the restroom if the...
we may need that. It's gone late tonight.
I would just go. Can I get a 5-minute break to use the restroom because it seems like it's a lot of cars?
Can we just do one, which is a parent that's been waiting?
Which one?
This one. It's a special positive thing.
Okay. Is this just?
Yes.
All right. The first comment I have is Carmini Ellison. Carmi. Sorry, Carmi.
Hello.
Oh.
Brandy Swartz will be speaking. Hello, I'm Brandy Schwartz. I'm a parent. Dr. Fall approached me and these ladies and a few others about starting a foundation for the students. There's some gaps in funding. So myself, Michelle Parsons, Carmi Ellison, and Chemo Cusper are starting the Students First Foundation, and it's a nonprofit to benefit students of the Marysville Joint Unified School Districts, kind of like the Ed Foundation, but for the kids. So the kids could come to us and ask for athletic gear, student-related ed projects, student leadership, some clubs, field trips, scholarships, entry fees to exhibits, like for the art school, events, supplies, all those types of little things that make the difference that we really don't have the funding for at the school district level or the school site level. So we're really excited. This is a passion project of mine. I've been on the PTA for like 19 million years. My kids are actually starting to be the outgoing students, so I will have extra time. And I'll be the president for the first couple of years. And Michelle.
My name is Michelle Parsons, and I live in Browns Valley. I just wanted to let you know how honored I am to be asked to be a part of this nonprofit. Over the last 10 years, it's been my privilege in the foothills to raise hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for our kids at Browns Valley and at Foothill, and I really look forward to bringing that to our whole community. So I will be the treasurer for this new nonprofit.
I'm Carmi Ellison, and I am super excited to be part of the Marysville Joint Unified Students First Foundation. I will be representing as the vice president for this board, and we are just so excited to provide this much needed opportunity for our students. There's a lot of times where there are things that students need and they can't get the funding and there's no one to ask, but now there will be a way that they can ask and get funding for things that we need. We love our students of the entire school district, and I am very grateful for this opportunity and for FAL bringing it to our attention. Thank you. And Chemo Cusper is a teacher at Lyndhurst. He's also on our board. And he's
Thank-
our secretary.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Our next comment card is from Michelle Tyndall Sharma, if you're still here.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Tyndall Sharma, and I teach third grade at Covalad Elementary. The articles in the newspaper quoted our board members stating, the 8.22% COLA was helpful, but it is misleading. It must cover all district costs, not just teacher salaries. I think there is confusion here on the understanding of how a COLA is funded and how much money the district gets versus what we are asking for. We're not asking for the entire 8.22% COLA that was given to the district to cover all of their general funds. We're asking for the 8% that was slated to adjust teacher salaries. It was also quoted that the district has to use this COLA to cover the rising costs of health insurance. I think this information is not accurate. The employees are the ones responsible for covering the increasing costs of health insurance, not the district, because the district does not budget to increase our cap as the premiums go up. It was also quoted that our budget shows that with rising costs of services, salaries, and benefits, this is not something we can afford on an ongoing basis. Again, I don't think this is accurate. The district can afford this because the COLA is ongoing. So not only did the district receive this 8.22% in July of 23, they received it again in July of 24 with an additional 1%. So yes, they can afford it this year and next year and the year after that because it's ongoing. And after hearing the budget update tonight, looks like they have the money. We have heard a numerous amount of times that the district cannot afford it because they are in deficit spending. If the district is in deficit spending, then how can they justify spending $296,000 a year on a PR firm for the district? How is that the district has budgeted for this, but you're not able to pass on a cost of living adjustment? And please explain to me how this $296,000 is helping our students. Why is it that our school's budget has been cut so drastically by the district that we don't have enough money for papers, copies, markers, or folders for our students, but we have $296,000 for a PR firm to send out videos and social media posts? If I were a taxpayer and parent in this school district, as many of you on the board are, I would be furious about the handling of these funds. If the district is in deficit spending, then why have you budgeted for 20 new positions at the district office? Why is it that the district office is budgeting for an assistant to an assistant to an assistant? If the rationale is that the workload is too much, then shouldn't that same rationale be applied to the classrooms? Maybe if you budgeted to eliminate combo teachers or classrooms with 32 plus students because their workload is too much, then you wouldn't have all of these vacant positions that you currently have. If you'd stop working so hard to budget how you're going to spend our COLA, then you'd have it to pass along. Thank you.
Next, I have Erica Schuschner. I'm saying that right? I was going to say.
Good evening, board, community, and extraneous staff. I'm Erica Schlussler. I teach kindergarten in this district. Like me, many teachers are aware of this pyramid of needs. If our students do not have the basics, like food, rest, and I'm looking at you, Seth, safety, we cannot expect them to perform at their full potential. It's the same with us, the employees of MJUSD. We work for a superintendent who cannot assure us that safety issues will be addressed, and yet has the expectation that we will work at our full potential, while she spends the taxpayers' money on frivolous desires rather than basic needs. Since 2009, when I began tracking district finances, the funds left over at the end of the year has increased steadily. Last year, the ending fund balance dropped by $41 million. Dr. Asrani, with the board's support, is not taking care of the basics. Dr. Asrani also convinced you that health benefits are costing more for the district, that they've skyrocketed. Well, the cost of health insurance has skyrocketed, but these costs are passed on to the employee. Looking at the trend lines, you can see that the district's portion has, for the most part, remained flat. All the increases come out of our salary. This is not the case with Dr. Asrani or with you, members of the board. Besides her salary and your stipends, all of you cost the taxpayers who support the schools for students' education are paying $253,344 per year for 8 people to have a Cadillac health plan. Get your priorities straight.
We stand with MUTA.
Red Patriots cap and jersey to show my support for MUTA. But I want people to know my voice is through MUTA. They represent me. They represent the teacher. Please work with MUTA for our kids. Take care. Thank you again. MUTA strong.
Browns Valley teachers stand with MUTA.
MUTA strong.
You. Our MUTA stands with MUTA. MUTA strong.
Any questions?
Next week. Angela, do you want to come up again?
It's not for me this time. It's not for me. So I am not going to be making a public comment, but Emily McKinnon had a public comment card in, and unfortunately she's had to leave. And so you can go ahead and put aside her comment card and mine and both. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Vasquez. So we have more than an hour or so cards for this prior meeting comments. Okay, so at 9 o'clock, we have 20 minutes that we can spend on this. So we have more cards than we will have time for. So those that I call, if you use your time wisely, we can get through more of your comments. But anyway, I don't know what the students. Yes.
Tonantzin, Valdez Soto. Tonantzin Valdez Soto.
So, I am Tonantzin Valdez Soto. I am a senior at Marysville Charter Academy for the Arts and also Chicano, whose name and pride can often intimidate others. I am Link Crew Commissioner, which helps students feel welcome and supported. I have been an A honor roll student and an experienced percussionist at my little school since 7th grade. The lack of respect and integrity shown from the board on August 13, 2024, at exactly an hour, 20 minutes, and 47 seconds was disgraceful, inhumane, and disgusting behavior coming from someone who's supposed to represent the district. Isn't all the public comments supposed to be timed? Isn't the mic supposed to be turned off? Funny how this rule seems to only apply to teachers, staff, and students who have a say. As a student, I couldn't believe what I was hearing and was outraged by what was allowed. This behavior was inappropriate and discriminatory towards not only for myself, but for my peers. This is what is allowed in the Marysville Joint Unified School District. It was an act of putting others down to lift yourself up. Believe me, my parents have warned me about people like you. Although you might think and believe it, you are no savior. When I was younger, my mother taught me that adults can play pretend as well, and this is a perfect example for it. I don't need your pretend protection. If this offends you, you deserve it. Viva la causa.
We have another student.
Huitzlacochil Valdez Soto.
My name is Huitzilosochil Valdez Soto, and I am a sophomore at MCAA who excels both academically and artistically. I am here to speak about what was said at the recent board meeting and about the ignorance behind the ideology of the topic. So, Mr. Steeman, you may find some of this offensive. If you do, you deserve it. The reason why you sit up there on the Board of Trustees is because your purpose is to represent your areas, Marysville Charter included. As a student of MCAA, I can speak for all my peers when I say that you are misrepresenting us, the students. And if you can't reason with your beliefs for the health and the well-being of your students, you need to step down. At MCAA, the staff welcomes the students to a safe and welcoming environment no matter what your sexuality or gender identity may be. This environment that MCAA and other schools help to build for their students forms a sanctuary for those who have to assimilate to the outdated ideas of Christianity at home. If Christians really did follow the true religion of Christianity as it was meant to be, then I too would be Christian. As a board member, your job should be to accept and embrace all MJUSD students for who they are instead of demonizing them simply because their spirit does not match their body. Be the Christian your God wants you to be and use his word to spread love instead of hate. Finally, to those who are having a hard time accepting who you are because of the ignorance of someone like Seth Steeman, Lady Gaga once said, "You're beautiful in your own way because God makes no mistakes. You're on the right track. Baby, you're born this way." Thank you.
Chad Smith.
Are there any more students with cards?
We have more students.
Should I wait?
Chad, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hello. You can call me John Hancock today. I've lived in Yuba County most of my life. I have a 6-year-old son who I will never trust to attend public school in this country after my own experience and what I've observed. Drugs, violence, and destructive policy are a few examples. I am very direct and blunt, so I will not be choosing my words in a way to keep from offending people, but rather to deliver my unfiltered opinions as respectful as possible. We the people are being censored and divided in blatant disrespect of the founding principles intentionally by the current administration at levels unseen and unknown before. Many are unaware of this fact. Now, Seth, in the beginning, you said that freedom of speech is hanging by a thread. I disagree. And as an elected official, I would have liked to see you follow up with something along the lines of, "We're not going to let them," or "That's what the Second Amendment is for." In my opinion, it's being done to make talking about the issues that matter the most, such as our children's future, a new taboo. Yuba County has had its share of issues. I've never shared this fact publicly, but I was approximately 7 years old the first time I attempted to take my own life, and I am grateful that I did not succeed. Others, as we know, are not so lucky. I was sexualized at a young age. I won't go into details, but the trauma affects me to this day. The most troubled students won't speak up before it's too late. The sexual education program was not appropriate then, and the current situation in our schools is out of control. Perversions are being taught, disguised as inclusion, where some see a furry as a fun new identity that needs encouragement. I see a child being groomed into sexual obedience in a gimp suit. It is degrading to the students and unfair to their developing mind, and has no place in our schools. Transgender ideology in schools is not protecting them. I do support any decision that they make with their parents. It is actually harming them. It's an irresponsible attack on our children and a direct threat to our right to raise our children as we see fit until they are of mature age to make such a permanent decision, as it inhibits a father's ability to further his bloodline. Is that not genocide? I only have one son. What about my genes? It is unholy and unnatural, and in my opinion, a perversion of our children, a violation and overreach of government in our freedom of religion.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is up. You're out of time. Thank you.
I'm sorry if I say this wrong. Nicole Podolskaya.
Hello, my name is Nicole Podolskaya, and I would like to talk about some of the things mentioned in the last board meeting by member Seth Steeman. Mr. Steeman, you may find some of this offensive. If you do, you deserve it. AB 1955 isn't a law that causes division. It's a law that protects LGBTQ students and their rights. The rights to live as who they are at school, many children's safe spaces, without having to worry about retaliation from their parents. Any division is caused purely by parents who don't support their children's fundamental rights, not the schools. You mentioned that children are demanding to be referred to as genders they, quote, have no physical or possible capability of being. To that, I ask you to picture yourself as just a floating head. No body or anything, but if I were to ask you what gender you aligned with, it would still be male. Why? Because gender is a social construct. It doesn't really exist, but we like to pretend it does. And that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing, but it does mean that genders children align with don't have to be physically obtainable at all, because no gender really is. It causes more mental and emotional trauma to be pushed into a box you don't fit into than to change your mind later on in life. Of all trans people, youngest to oldest, only about 1% to 8% of them ever transition or go back to the gender they were assigned with at birth. Even then, it's a smaller percentage of people who actually change their minds about being transgender. Most just can't put up with the daily harassment and discrimination brought upon by people like you, Mr. Steeman. Bringing up the Bible was a crucial mistake. The truth is, you can't actually say whatever you want, because after all, this is a public school district, and it is plainly unconstitutional to bring the Bible into a matter of government. However, I'll still bite. In the Bible, it mentions in the books of Matthew, Mark, and Luke that to willingly lead a child astray into harm or to stumble, it is better to tie a large millstone around your neck and toss yourself into the depths of the sea than to answer to God for it on the day of judgment. You fail to understand that the outing of a child or forcefully declaring that they're LGBTQ leads the child into more harm if their parent is unsupportive than just letting them use a different name. Later, you mentioned that our children are engulfed in confusion. I completely agree. Confusion as to why their fundamental rights are so controversial and political. Confusion whether to live as their truth or hide away in the name of safety. Studies show that 81% of transgender people have at some point in their lives dealt with suicidal ideation. 41% have attempted suicide and 56% have engaged in self-harm. That is 7.5 times higher than their non-trans peers. So, Mr. Steeman, I invite you to think about that. That the reason we are losing so many youths is not due to names or pronouns or anything else, but because of the way you and society treat them. Thank you.
Next, I have Activist Stank. Sorry.
Hello, I am Octavia Stout, which is a name I'm using to protect my actual identity. I am a student at Marysville Charter, and I am an A+ and honors student. I'm here to talk about some of also Seth Steeman's comments that he made at the last board meeting. You seem to not understand that a safe space could only be at school. It is not just at home. In fact, most kids who would be outed because of you and what you want to create with laws, which is all part of your own personal ideas and religion, would actually create intense and in harmful environments. I had a friend who was outed for being gay by his school district. He committed suicide on July 9th of 2021. I do not want to see any of my other peers have to end their own lives because they feel unsafe at home. Bringing personal ideologies into the public sphere of a school system is immoral and offensive, and you deserve to be offended because there will be multiple suicides, and I hope you realize that. There are multiple people who have unsafe environments that I personally know of. You made offensive comments on purpose and then were offended when someone was upset with what you said. Cool. I'm sorry. You're allowed to have your own opinion, but to attempt to make them law is disrespect. And as a Christian myself, who was a Christian for 14 years of my 16-year-old life, the comments of which you used and the Bible verses of which you used were incorrectly used. The Bible even says it's not up for interpretation, so you interpreted it extremely incorrectly. If you wish to save lives, you'll accept the law as it is. It's creating a safe space at school for people who have no other safe space. It is helping mental health issues. You also seem to misunderstand that changing your name and your pronouns is as if you are getting surgery. It's not like getting surgery. I am not walking out of school, deciding to go by a different name and pronoun, suddenly getting hormones and changing my entire body and my reproductive system. Those are all things that for the majority of the time require parental consent. It also requires going to a doctor who will diagnose you with gender dysphoria. So again, I say this all in the name of my best friend Clay. He passed because of laws that were passed in his own state. If people understood that we are supposed to be protecting children instead of causing them more harm, which will usually result in the case of being outed, then maybe we will just keep the law as it is. I'm putting extreme emphasis on the fact that these homes which you claim to be loving and caring are not loving nor caring. They will turn violent, whether mental or physical. Thank you.
Anna Mitchell.
My name is Anna Mitchell. I am a mother. All 5 of my children have attended MJUSD, 3 have graduated, and 2 are still in our schools. I am also an outreach consultant at MCAA. The students and families at MCAA know me as Miss Anna. Students come to me to share their struggles, joys, celebration, and darkest moments. We've shared laughs and tears. For many of the students here at MJUSD, they come to school to feel safe. For some, school is the only place that they find acceptance or even a kind word. Some of our students don't even have a safe person at home to share their desire to use a different name or pronouns, or even the struggles that they are facing in their daily lives. Why would I ever choose to consider putting those children at risk by sharing this with their guardians who may become violent physically, emotionally, or verbally? I do encourage my students to talk to their parents and have sat many times with parents and students to discuss these difficult topics. My job is to meet my students where they are, respect and support them, and provide a safe learning environment for them to focus on learning. My goal is to help them become well-adjusted adult members of our communities. The teachers and support staff of our schools do not do these jobs for the high paychecks or fame. We do this because we care about the students in our community and we want to make a difference. Last month, a group of students approached me wanting to know if I had seen the board meeting or heard Seth Steeman's transphobic rant. I could only sit in shock and silence as I watched your tirade, sir. There are no words of comfort that I could share with them. I could not explain why the hate that so many children face in the outside world had seeped into our school's district, shared loud and clear by a board member who claims to have their best interests in mind. While I appreciate that some on the board spoke out to say that your views were personal and do not represent MJUSD or the Board of Trustees, by you saying these words from your seat at the MJUSD board meeting, they are no longer your personal views. I do not feel that the light reprimand was enough. You should step down or be removed from the board. As a board member, your own beliefs and values should not be your top priority. Your job is to ensure that every student in our district has the best opportunity to grow, learn, and find themselves. As a fellow Christian, I would love to have a conversation with you about theology, but a public school board meeting is not the time or place. Please respect our students and their safety.
We've gone over our 20 minutes, but we'll go to 9:30. So this is, I think it's Amelia Scolom. I don't know.
Amelia Scanlon.
First, I want to say you guys asked a lot of questions regarding suicide prevention and retaining students, making sure they're in class, making sure attendance is high, making scores go up. Not outing students is suicide prevention. Not outing students is attendance retaining. Not outing students and keeping that safe space is what keeps kids learning, growing, and able to achieve higher grades and learn and grow. There's a lot of things that have been said about AB 1955, and I just want to bring attention to a few of them. AB 1955 is simply stating that staff do not have to out students. Staff will support students. That's all it is saying. They will not be required to be outing students. For people who are saying that parents don't have rights, there is AB 1955, Section 2, Part D, E, J, and K, all reference and recognize the importance of creating positive scenarios for parental and guardian involvement with LGBT students. That's addressed right in the bill. All of the Section 3 also encourages guidance for staff to create a positive interaction with the parents and guardians and include providing support and resources as well to parents and guardians as they need it themselves. That is in the bill. Studies confirm that LGBT youth thrive when they can feel safe and share their full identities with their parents in their own way. Outing students is not the way. I'm gonna skip to my last paragraph. I'm with Tri-County Diversity Youth Group, by the way, and we run a youth support hotline. I receive over 80 to 100 calls and texts of kids looking for support in this area. We're talking about these kids that go to MGUSD. I've had kids call about being kicked out of school or kicked out of their homes, 2 o'clock in the morning. MJUSD has no resources for that. What do I do with kids who call me and say that they've been beaten and bruised because they were outed? I have a kid who had a concussion. I have a kid who had their jaw misaligned in this school district because they were outed to their parents. What do I do when I...
Thank you. Jack Cross is, okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a local activist, advocate of many. I'm libertarian-minded. I really don't care what people do as long as it doesn't affect anyone else. But I'm also a local political agitator, and I can tell you when I was walking for multiple candidates during the primary and now, I got to see something I had not seen in a long time, pretty much ever around here. In 10 years of walking for candidates and causes, I got to see more than 1 out of about every 10 or 15 homes rebuttal me when I was done selling my cause or my person or whatever. I got to see about 5, maybe 6 out of 10 homes walking East Linda, Marysville, and Olivehurst. Most of them were concerned about the parents' right to know and many other crazy things going on within our public education system right now, taking the parents out of the equation. What I can tell you is, while I support anybody's right to do whatever it is that they want with their body or their mind, as long as it doesn't negatively impact someone else, you need to listen to the majority of the people within this district who elect all of you and pay every person's salary here, including the very passionate people who were just up here discussing their concerns. I don't know what the answer is, but I can tell you taking the parents' involvement in their child out of the equation is not the answer. And the fury that will come from this when you stand with staff who don't hold the majority of opinions, you know, of the parents, it never works out. Going to the child molester that a lot of people supported out of McKinney, or was it Kynack School about 10 or 15 years ago. You know, my answer to what you do when a kid calls and they'd said they'd been beat for any reason is responsible reporters, part of your job, well, you would report that to CPS just like any other reason a jaw got misaligned on a kid or whatever. Compassion's important here, but cutting the parent out, it's not the answer. I would recommend every board member here join many of the people who went home because they had to go to jobs and stuff, you know, who the vast majority were here supporting the parents' rights to know what their kid was doing and how things were going, in asking the city of Marysville and the county of Yuba to become a parents' right to know zone, just like Huntington Beach. Thank you for your guys' time. Good luck with this cause. I don't know how many of you will be sitting up there when the parents are done with whatever your decision is. Good night.
Fred Ratner? Fred? Marina DeGamo? I'm sorry.
Florentina Gennaro.
Hi, everyone. The school district shall not enact a rule that would require an employee to disclose any information related to a pupil's gender identity without the pupil's consent. That was a bill in Sacramento that passed, and that will be law in January. FERPA, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, is a federal law that gives parents the right to have access to their children's educational records and the congressional records. It states parents need access to this kind of information to protect the interests of their children. Neither FERPA nor the California or federal constitution designate a child's right to privacy from their parents. This bill directly conflicts with federal law. When a state law and federal law are in direct conflict, the federal access to their children's educational records and the congressional records. It states very clearly that parents need access to this kind of information to protect the interests of their children. Neither FERPA nor the California or federal constitution designate a child's right to privacy from their parents. This bill directly conflicts with federal law. When a state law and federal law are in direct conflict, the federal law wins. Meaning parents have a constitutional right to know everything that pertains to their child. Keeping secrets from parents cuts off parents from their children regarding a critical aspect of their mental health, and it increases risk of suicide. So there's both, we need to pay attention to both ends. And give that this scenario has already suffered legal defeat in court already because of its unconstitutionality, then why continue to push this? The National Institute of Health states that a caring, supportive family structure plays a vital role in raising a healthy child, both mentally and physically. It also goes on to state that this is the same with elderly and patients with an addiction. Their successful outcome is much higher with the family involved and the parents. Scientifically proven research goes against AB 1955, keeping secrets from parents, scientifically proven already. Schools need to focus on academic success, writing, reading, and math that the Department of Education has completely failed, and stop focusing on children's gender identity. We are not against the LGBTQ. We have nothing against them and what they practice in their home. This has to do with parental rights. There's two sides of this. Parents need to be involved. It's already proven that it helps, it benefits. They came here with their parents are supporting them. Why can't we be involved and know everything about what is happening with our children and not allowing the school, the government, to take control and to take our rights away? Estoy aquí representando todas las mamás latinas que piensan que no tienen una voz. Estoy aquí para dejar a todos saber que nosotras mamás estamos en contra los secretos.
I'm sorry, your time's up. Thomas Burns. Mariah Monray, sorry.
My name is Maya Monroy. I'm a parent. I also have a degree in psychology and numerous credits in child development. For 26 years, I have volunteered at both public and private schools, in classrooms supporting teachers in whatever capacity the school needed. I watched the recording of the last meeting, and I'm here to speak against the developmentally inappropriate programming that is being brought to our schools, and also to let parents know that California state law allows you to opt out of certain curricula if you notify the district. Our school system is twisted and being weaponized against parents. Ironically, those who say that this is about the well-being of the kids are the same ones seeking to confuse, influence, and brainwash them. When Dr. Cohen said, I think that's her name, parents should come see what we see and hear what we hear and what we have to deal with. Well, I've been there and done that. And I know that you would not have to deal with those things if schools just stuck to their core subjects, reading, writing, math, science. The public education system has been under the control of the government, administration, teacher unions for years. And we have dropped not only academically, but we are now dealing with emotional and social problems that we have never seen before, and it's all thanks to your social emotional learning programs. While I know there are wonderful educators, it is also the schools that have created these problems. And it begins with you guys, the union, the radicalization of young teachers, and tying the hands of great educators that really want to teach and want the well-being of our children. Even some of our good teachers who believe they are helping our children are unaware that they themselves have been indoctrinated. It is clear that some teachers and administrators, and perhaps everyone whose salaries and benefits depend on these programs don't give a damn about our children. You must focus on teaching and not peddling your personal agendas for job security. You are not hired to plant ideas in our children's heads, but rather to teach critical thinking and core subjects. I will remind you that these are our children. Do as you wish with yours if you have them, on your time, on your money. However, this obsession with DEI, CRT must stop. Personal agendas have no place in schools. I thank God that there's at least one board member with decency and common sense. Thank you.
Our last comment card, Joanna.
So a little change of topic here. Joanna Lasaga. Good evening, Mr. Davis, board, and fellow parents. I come here tonight in support of Mr. Steeman as well as to question Mr. Davis's actions at last month's meeting. I am appalled, as should everyone be, at the actions of Mr. Davis. The unprofessionalism of how you run a meeting is embarrassing, to say the least. To allow people in the audience to yell, heckle audience members, as well as to have a cowbell rung is absurd. It is embarrassing that this is how you choose to run your meeting. There is a well-recognized book of rules that teaches an individual or a body how to run a professional meeting. It's called Robert's Rules of Order. I highly suggest that you purchase one out of your own pockets. While I understand that a person may not always agree with what is being said, there is never a time for an audience member to yell and scream at the board and other members of the audience. There is a time for the board to ask a member of the audience to not have an outburst. The board can give a warning before an actual removal. The board has the right to remove anyone from the audience for making such outbursts and causing such chaos. I've spoken to several of you before regarding the heckling and jeering that happens in the audience, and that needs to stop. One would assume that the board itself would want as many parents as possible to attend the meetings and to be engaged. I find it quite the opposite. Even though I no longer have children in the district, I do find it my responsibility to attend the meetings to hold boards accountable for their actions. As to the other board members, if you should find that the president of the board is not able to be strong enough to control their meeting in a professional manner, then you do have the ability to remove them. They can be removed as a president and still serve on the board. The members of the board should be encouraging President Davis to stand strong and to not allow such explosive behavior. The board also needs to remember that Dr. Israni works for them. The board does not work for her. While we are asking our children to behave in the classroom, what example are the teachers setting for the children when they see a teacher acting in that chaotic manner? Now, I do not always agree with what Muta, Ms. Stiegel, and the teachers have to say, but I wholeheartedly agree, if you want to come up, Angela, I wholeheartedly agree with Muta, with Ms. Stiegel, with the teachers, the parents, and the taxpayers, with the fact that Dr. Azrani, it's time for you to go. It is time for you to submit your resignation papers and do what is best for MJUSD. It is time for you to do the right thing. You've already stated that you are old and that you are doing your best. Well, your best is not good enough anymore, and it's time for you to step down, and I would wait for your resignation tonight.
We are adjourned.
Yuba-Sutter.live's local government live streams are presented by Plumas Lake Self-Storage in Plumas Lake, where lifelong local residents are helping other residents keep things safe, providing indoor storage units, outdoor RV and vehicle parking, moving supplies, and Penske truck rentals. Details at plumaslakeselfstorage.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Goforth of Comfort Keepers of Yuba, Sutter, and Nevada counties. Caring for elders or even yourself has challenges. Comfort Keepers of Yuba-Sutter and Nevada counties can help you address today's issues and plan for tomorrow with in-home and specialized care for you or your family members. Call us at 530-749-8800. Comfort Keepers of Yuba-Sutter and Nevada counties.